or somewhere else, and out of nowhere, Smokey Bear shows up and hugs me.
So you noticed some wildfire hazards and moved your bonfire to a safer location.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Smokey, all right. He likes it when people help prevent wildfires. It hits him close to home. Not everybody gets the hug, my friend. So that's pretty special to get a hug from Smokey Bear.
So it was him. Guys, I told you it was Smokey.
Okay, well, congratulations, my friend. And thanks for calling. There are many ways to prevent a wildfire. Learn how you can do your part at SmokeyBear.com.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Sponsored by the U.S. Forest Service, Ad Council, and your state forester.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky? Caring for my brother is far from easy. Waking up every day, lifting him from the bed to the wheelchair to the car to get him to therapy on time, it's no small task between the doctors and the diagnosis, but nothing can disable this love. This is my big brother, my hero. He's part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. See, there's no time for tired. This starts again tomorrow. He'll be waiting for me. I wake up for him. I know he needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community, or call 877-333-5885. Caregiving Resource Center. Support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
People been saying to your friend, get a different face, and posting on their feed, they're super ugly. The things they say to them online are cruel and they're not true. So tell your friend, I'll stand up for you. Don't worry, I know what to do. Oh, tell the world I see you with an emoji to stop the bullies.
Know someone who's being bullied online? Send the witness emoji. It looks like an eye in a speech bubble, and it's in the symbol section near the clocks in your phone. You'll let the world know it isn't cool, and you'll let your friend know you care. Learn more about the witness emoji at eyewitnessbullying.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
No fish tonight, but the show must go on. Errol is back from Canada, and we have a lot to get into for the NFL as the Patriots and the Broncos move on. They beat the Texans and the Bills to advance the AFC Championship game. Meanwhile, it's an NFC West battle in the NFC Championship game between the Seahawks and the Rams. Your Indiana Hoosiers are the national championships. Curt Cignetti and Fernando Mendoza complete the dream season 27-21 over Miami in the national championship game, and a lot of head coaching hires to talk about. The Giants bringing in John Harbaugh, the Falcons bringing in Kevin Stefanski, Miami bringing in Jeff Hafley, and the Titans made it with the most laughable one of them all, bringing in Robert, a.k.a. Bambi Sala, to be their head coach. And the Bills fire Sean McDermott after 9 years with the team. We'll get into that and a lot of talk with the baseball as the Mets panic for Bo Bichette after missing out on Kyle Tucker, who else goes where else but the Dodgers. We'll get into that and so much more on this new episode here on Jabba and the Mouth.
Mets are going to give him a significant. They're going to have a ton of money to spend. Why not put it in one of the top 3 offensive players in the league? We're going to be looking at Aaron Judge and saying that he can't win the big game. Michael Jordan said, I played 82 games. You don't see LeBron doing that.
This is a game where you got to go perform.
I told you, Giant fans, that Saquon Barkley at this point.
I'm gonna fight them all. A 7-nation army couldn't hold me back. They're gonna rip it off. Taking time.
Say whatever you want about Patrick Mahomes. He's the best quarterback in the NFL. Really?
And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget. And back and forth through my mind behind a cigarette. And the news is coming from
Jabba and the Mouth.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I'm back from Montreal, Canada. Yes, my name is Errol Marks, and I am here at the Worldwide Sports Radio Network studios. Finally back here in Long Island, New York. And you know our number, 631-672-3108. You know who we are. We're Jabba and the Mouth. I just gave my name, my co-host, Jabba Chamberlain, Mr. Flamethrower, and Speedy Petey. No, Aaron Fishman tonight. Our executive producer is hanging out in L.A. for his birthday. He is number 40. 40 years of the age, and he is crying about it. I don't know why. I'm 43. There's nothing to cry about it. Jabba just turned 40. There's nothing to cry, ladies and gentlemen. Age is just a number on the board. Tommy Poops. Remember, you can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba and the Mouth every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. And I stopped for a second because there is a lot to get into tonight, a lot of craziness in sports. Some of them, I just wonder if these organizations actually know what they're doing. And I will mention them as we move forward in the topics tonight. But nevertheless, I had an opportunity to go to Montreal, Canada, and I drove about 7.5 hours to get there and 7.5 hours to get home. It was craziness. And I will say this, do not rent a Subaru four-wheeler because as much as it's so nice inside, I guess the seats are just so damn bad. It hurt my ass. I had sciatica. It was horrible. The whole drive home, I was trying to lean towards one cheek. And what I mean by cheek is my right cheek, because my left cheek was absolutely in pain. I couldn't put pressure on it because it was shooting down my leg. Subaru cars are not the way to go, ladies and gentlemen. Stay away from the Subaru cars. But I got a chance to go out there. I want to give a shout out to Brittany. She, pretty much took care of the whole practically adventure over there to Montreal. And we rented a car. It was fun. I guess at some points it was fun, but we got a chance to stay at the Bonaventure. It was a nice hotel. It was really cool to go over there because they have a heated pool. It was like foaming. It wasn't foaming. It was heated. It was it was so cold outside. It was like 9 degrees when we got there that the heat was just rising. It looked like we were the pool was a heating frenzy, and they had a hot tub. And it was fun. It was definitely interesting. The only place you can go is the 10th floor. So you're 10 floors above everything in the city. It was nice. It was a really nice hotel. We got a chance to sightsee on the final day. But it was snowing. It was garbage. And I got a chance to go to the underground mall. We went there multiple times because Speedy, Brittany loves to shop. She loves to go and buy those Canadian socks and those Canadian different, apparel. So she enjoyed it. I did buy a new pair of sneakers, ladies and gentlemen, as I always do. I bought a new pair of Clouds. I got a couple of new headbands, and then off I went. But it was a cool 4 days. Jabba reached out to me, which I appreciate you, Jabba. Everybody reached out to me. Nithin couldn't stop bothering me. But I love Nithin. And by the way, Nithin is in the back end. Shout out to the old Nith, our PR manager. NIL. Yes, he's the NIL vice president of his company. So he's doing some big things. We're working on some big stories and all that other stuff. Jabba, how are you, my friend?
Everything's good. We're cold again, so the bipolar is done for a little bit. Now it'll just be cold. Just had to put in a huge Walmart order for my son. And other than that, man, it's just been kind of just getting back in that routine, and just it's kind of nice to have that again after the holidays and getting settled. And I'll be in New York here come next week, so
good.
we'll figure that out. And
yes, we will.
got to plan all that. But yeah, just nice to kind of get back in a schedule and get on a routine. And yeah, it's just getting excited with everything that's going on right now. It's kind of been all crazy, like just trying to digest all of what is going on in sports right now from so many different angles. My brain is hurting, but it's a great time of the year, so I'm excited to talk about it all and share and see what you guys think about it all.
I will say this. My brain has been hurting since Friday because everything that has happened when I was away happened. I mean, everything. And it seems like when it rains, it pours. And here in New York, boy, oh boy, does it pour. And I think Giant fans are happy, and we will get into that as John Harbaugh was announced today as the new head coach of the New York Giants. I'm going to give you my take, ladies and gentlemen, on why I do not believe John Harbaugh was the right choice. Just my opinion on the Jackson Dart development. But that's a whole nother story. We will get into that in a very few segments. We'll get into the whole hire frenzy and the craziness that's gone on over the last couple of days. But yeah, a little bit later in the show at 9:30, we'll be talking to Vikings linebacker, well, former linebacker and current Vikings radio show broadcaster and radio show host. Ladies and gentlemen, Pete Bersick will be joining us. He loves us. We love him. And I'm sure he'll have some Jets jokes. So,
of course,
a lot of Jets jokes. I mean, why not? I mean, Robert Saleh is now a Titan, and we will get into that a little bit later. Oh, man, we're going to be putting out a story. Must read. I'm telling you, Speedy read it twice because he couldn't stop laughing. So a lot to get into. And like Jabba said, we're going to get into it right now. The Broncos beat the Bills 33-30 in overtime to advance to their first AFC Championship game since 2015. The Broncos defense forced 5 turnovers in this game, including a controversial interception in overtime on a play that looked like it was a catch by Braden Cooks. The Seahawks blew out the 49ers 41-6 to advance to their first NFC Championship game since 2014. Rashid Shaheed had a kickoff return touchdown on the first play of the game, and the Seahawks ran away with it after that. The Patriots beat the Texans 28-16 in a sloppy turnover filled game. I guess I'm going to file it. CJ Stroud had 4 interceptions, and the Texans offensive line allowed 5 sacks in this game. The Rams won in overtime 20-17 to beat the Bears, the only road team to win in the NFL Divisional Round. Caleb Williams had an unbelievable throw to Cole Kmet to tie the game with 18 seconds left in regulations. But to tie the game in 18 seconds left a little damper because when it went to overtime, yes, ladies and gentlemen, he threw an interception in overtime, which led to a Rams game-winning field goal kick. So let's get into the Broncos game. And Sean McDermott is no longer the head coach of the Buffalo Bills. And I don't know if we're going to blame Sean McDermott for this loss. He did speak up after the game. He said his piece. He stuck up for his team. He stuck up for his organization. That shows a lot about who Sean McDermott is. He said a lot of graceful things about Josh Allen. Josh Allen went up there after the game, cried. It shows he put his heart out there. We love that about Josh Allen. He's one of very few guys that will go out there and cry in front of the media and give his personality and show his personality to the world. That's something special about this kid, and why I think Josh Allen is an elite and one of the elite quarterbacks in this league and has been one of the elite quarterbacks in this league for over 10 years. But here's the facts, and this is the facts. This game went back and forth. Was it sloppy? There was some sloppiness in the game. There's no question. When you have 5 forced turnovers, it was definitely a sloppy game. And Josh Allen didn't have one of his unbelievable games, but Josh put his team on his shoulders. He made every single play he needed to get this game into overtime, and he came up short. And the Bills come up short every single time. Over and over and over again, against Kansas City over the years, against Baltimore, against the Bengals. It seems like Josh Allen can never get over the hump. And this year, he had his chance. Bo Nix is a rookie quarterback. He's not a rookie. He's been in the league for a couple of years. But to me, this guy is a rookie. He doesn't know what to do in the playoffs. And again, going into this game, I didn't expect Bo Nix to have a great game, but he showed up in certain parts of the game. He made certain throws that was fun to watch. And I could say this about Bo Nix. If he was still in the playoffs, if he didn't break his ankle as he did, and it was announced by Sean Payton at the end of the game, maybe the Broncos go to a Super Bowl, and maybe Bo Nix and the Broncos win a Super Bowl. But I don't know if they're going to. Because to me, when you look at this game, there's a lot of questions about this Broncos team. First, this is an elite defense. This was one of the best defenses in the league, one of the best secondaries in the league. Yes, they forced 5 turnovers, but made a lot of mistakes in this game against a Buffalo Bills team that didn't have a number 1 wide receiver. Not one number 1 wide receiver. If you think Shakir is one of those guys, you're out of your damn mind. They don't have a number 1. Coleman played at certain parts of this game. They have not had. They lost Gabe Davis. They have not had a number 1 wide receiver since somebody that's playing for the Patriots. And you know who I'm speaking about.
Oh, your favorite.
Stephon Diggs. They haven't had one of those guys. And these are the facts here. The Broncos, to me, are not an elite offense. They're not. They don't have, they have a great wide receiver. They don't have an elite wide receiver. They don't have elite offensive style of players. Now, obviously, we'll get into the Patriots and we will get into the Broncos as we move into Thursday. But the fact here is, I worry about this particular team in the Broncos, because if they can stop Harvey, if teams can stop Harvey, what do they have offensively? They've been known to run the ball. You know, Sean Payton is that old-time type of football. He likes to run the ball first, throw second. This is not Drew Brees. Bo Nix is not Drew Brees over the years. Now, they got a guy named Stidham who's going to be the quarterback in the AFC title game. There's a lot of questions to where the Broncos are going to go and move on. What I do know about this particular game is Josh Allen was the best quarterback still in the playoffs besides Matthew Stafford. As far as I'm concerned, when you look at C.J. Stroud, a young guy, I would say rookie in the playoffs, a guy that doesn't have a lot of experience. Bo Nix, don't have a lot of experience in the playoffs. Caleb Williams, don't have a lot of experience in the playoffs. Drake May doesn't have a lot of experience in the playoffs. And you look at all these guys. And how about Sam Darnold? Doesn't have a lot of experience in the playoffs. Brock Purdy has experience and just absolutely blew it. And we'll get into it in just a few moments. The fact here is, when I look at the Broncos, it was fun to watch. The Broncos got lucky. It was a missed call by the referees. I've always said that the game is rigged. I believe the NFL is trying to give the Patriots the easiest way, the easiest path to the Super Bowl. I don't care what anybody says. I've always...
They have the easiest schedule already.
Yeah, I think it's controversy. You want to say I'm controversial. I'm as controversial as they get. The fact here is, the fact that you hear that Bo Nix goes down and he's out for the playoffs, and I'm not saying the league wanted or knows that Bo Nix was going to go down. I'm not saying that. But this game should have been over. Brady Cooks caught that ball. He was down. His knee hit the ground. It was ripped out of his hands. Ripped out of his hands when he was down. But nevertheless, the referees missed it and didn't want to call a timeout, didn't want to review it, didn't want to do anything. Sean McDermott was absolutely right. But guess what? There's no crying in football, as we all know in sports. We've heard it, actually, in baseball. We all know, somebody had said in a league of their own, and Tom Hanks said it, there's no crying in baseball. This is a manly sport. There's no crying in football, except if you're Josh Allen. And I got to give him credit for that. Showed his personality, showed who he is as a person. I'm just telling you right now, going into this game, looking at this game and looking at the true hope, if you're a Broncos fan. I know, Joppa, your son is a Broncos fan, and we're going to go from game to game, and I'm going to ask you all your opinions. But the fact here is, the Broncos, to me, is not made to win a Super Bowl without Bo Nix, and I don't even know if with Bo Nix, they would go to the Super Bowl, knowing that the Patriots are as bad as they have been with Drake May in the playoffs. And Drake May has not looked good in the playoffs. I don't care what anybody says. He has not looked good. I don't want to hear what the announcers say. I don't want to hear what the analysts say. He has not looked good. When he goes against great talent, he's had problems against great talent. I don't know if I trust this team as a whole when it comes down to winning the big game, Speedy.
Yeah, I've always been under the belief that the NFC had the top 4 teams probably going into the playoffs. If Micah Parsons was healthy for the Packers, I thought that was the angle it was on. Obviously, now that he's not, it was probably the Bills were my AFC pick as well in the Super Bowl. I thought it made a lot of sense. They had the number 1 pass defense in the league, and Denver, I didn't think could run the ball enough consistently in this game. But the Broncos or the Bills, and this is why I probably will get to McDermott getting fired later. But I think the biggest reason why McDermott eventually they had to wear out on him, the Bills' defense has been historically bad in the playoffs, and I think a lot of that had to do with facing top offenses, obviously, but still, you've seen good defenses still be able to win. And the Broncos, you're right, they're not a lethal passing attack. They shut down Cortland Sutton. He had 2 catches in the whole game, and they let Marvin Mims do a bunch of great things. They let these tight ends get it going later in the game. And I think for that reason, you can't blame Josh Allen, but at the same time, Josh Allen did have those turnovers. That lateral play made absolutely no sense. Like, I don't know where he was seeing something there. I know we've seen teams a lot more do these hook and ladder type plays, but again, it's one of those things that you have to team blame to think. And that's why I don't think the Broncos are great either. The NFC has the best teams left. We'll get to the other games in a bit, but the quality of the Seahawks and the Rams are that much more significant than the quality of the Broncos. The Bills are the only shot to do it, and again, they throw it away. They just keep beating themselves in any way. Now, again, you mentioned the referee call. Was it a catch? Was it not? I don't think you could do that justification like you did last year with the Chiefs. Last year, it was obviously a first down. Like, they should have gotten that first down call on the QB sneak. The pass interference, I thought, was the right call. The non-pass interference, I thought, was the right call on the Broncos. And I just don't know if there was enough to overturn it on a catch. Would I have called it a catch? Probably, but I don't know if there was enough to overturn it. And that's why I can't blame them here for this instance to say that kind of thing. Was there a conspiracy with the Patriots and the Broncos wanting them in the AFC Championship game again? Who knows? But who knows? Would it be funny if Jarrett Stidham gets his revenge on the Patriots after Jeff, who loved Jarrett Stidham at the time when he got drafted in 2019, was raving, "Oh, the Patriots got their QB of the future." Would have been funny to see them knocked out. But yeah, it's tough to tell with this Broncos team if they could actually do it.
Yeah, I was wondering too. Like, I wanted to get your guys' perspective of this. Like, you've seen a lot more. I guess the best word to use is trickery. Like, is that the right time? Or like Speedy, like you said, like, what did he see like to do those things? Like, do you think this is the right time to use those type of plays and bring it out of the playbook? I don't think this is the.
I don't even think that was a design play. I just think it was just Josh Allen thinking he had a lateral, and it just backfired on him and badly at the wrong spot in the game. It's one thing if you're trying into the third quarter or something. You're at the end of the half and you're giving him a gift field goal essentially.
Yeah, I think there was a tale of a lot of stuff that was going on, and I think defensively, offensively, there were a couple, I guess, either, I don't know if it was miscommunication from one side or the other, but it felt like something was a little off on certain guys. And I don't know if the moment got too big or they couldn't slow the game down or they just weren't able to read what was going on as far as, plays and checkoffs and all the other stuff. And it was interesting because, like, when you guys say, like, did they want them in this situation and is it rigged? I hate to admit when Errol's right or he's almost right, but I think he's onto something where I wouldn't say it's scripted, but it's put into place.
And I know everybody's going to attack me when I come out with these crazy theories. And it is a theory. But guess what? I've been saying it for 10 years, and now you have ex-NFL players going out on podcasts and saying the same thing that I'm saying, and I've been saying it. I've been attacked by fans all over the world. Speedy, how many people have attacked me for this?
Believe me, my first year I was with the network. Remember your whole Tom Brady's cast is fake, and Jeff ripped you for it?
Everybody ripped me for it. Everybody ripped me for all these particular theories that I have. But guess what? As much as they're theories that have somewhat grown over the years, and now everybody is saying it. Now you have Stephen A. Smith bringing it up. Hey, maybe this is true. Maybe it is rigged. Or there's other guys, other analysts. Pat McAfee has said it on his show quite a few times that he thinks that there's some things about the NFL that's kind of become more scripted, maybe because of betting, sports betting. I don't know. But here's my theory to the situation. when you think about the way the referees make calls in certain football games, you wonder if there is somebody speaking to them upstairs, telling them something during the game, or if something happens during the game on maybe calling it not a catch or hits the ground or something of that magnitude. And I believe in this particular moment, I think Sean McDermott was absolutely right. This was.
Do you think in the headset, because they obviously never let us hear the headset?
Yes.
Do you think there's things being said in there?
100%.
That's why we don't get to hear that?
100%. I think the NFL, obviously with the referees, you're not going to hear what the referees are saying. And I don't know if anybody knows, whenever there's a penalty called or some kind of call, usually the referees go and talk to the coaches, right? After that play, what do the referees try to do? They try to speed up the play, right? They tried to move the play along as quick as they can so there was no stoppage of play and they can move on to the game, so they don't call a timeout or something is not called. And to me, Sean McDermott was absolutely right. I think he had a reason to argue about that. I think he's upset about it. He lost his job possibly because of that one play. Think about it. If Buffalo moves on, I think the only way McDermott wins or keeps his job is if they make it to the Super Bowl.
Yes.
That's the only way he keeps his job. I just think that this is their best chance when you don't have Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs or Joe Burrow or Lamar Jackson dealing with three of those guys that are tremendous, talented quarterbacks who you can argue those are the four most talented quarterbacks in the league and the elite quarterbacks of the elite besides Matthew Stafford. You would say that these guys are the faces of the NFL, and they're not in the playoffs for the first time in their careers altogether. It tells you this is your easiest ride to the finals. This is your easiest ride to your Super Bowl. And they failed. They failed against, to me, I know it was in Denver, a team that they're better than. I don't care what anybody says, and maybe the records don't show that because Denver had the best record in the EFC. Denver was very lucky on a lot of these games all season long. Everything fell their way. And this game did not fall their way. As a matter of fact, they can, to me, Buffalo can run the ball, and they did pretty well stopping the run, too, in this game. They did very well. To me, I thought this was going to be just a complete dominance of running and potential running against the Buffalo Bills because the Buffalo Bills have been so bad at stopping the run this year. But guess what? It wasn't. It was very close. It was back and forth. And again, Josh Allen just couldn't do enough to win that game. Speaking of not doing enough, the 49ers, what an embarrassment. I will say this, and I'll say this because our friend Owen is probably listening right now. Owen reached out to me after the 49ers moved on to play Seattle. He says, are you going to ever give Kyle Shanahan his props? And I said, no, I'm not. And then he says, why not? Look what he's doing with all these injuries. Okay. I said, we'll wait and see what he does in Seattle. And what did he do in Seattle? It looked like Kyle Shanahan didn't have the troops moving because Seattle was dancing around and prancing around after winning the conference, winning the NFC. They were dancing and it was on their board. Everybody was like, Christian McCaffrey was all about Kyle Shanahan and Ed McCaffrey and Mike Shanahan. They were talking about the connection and how great it is. And what happened in this game? Well, let's look at the score. Let's look at the score, and the score will tell you everything. Let's look at it. It was 41-6. Now, when you look at a score like this, you would think, I don't know, Browns, Arizona, New York Jets. I mean, you name it. That's the kind of score you would expect from teams like this. Not the San Francisco 49ers. And I don't want to hear about George Kittle or any of these, Nick Bosa or any of these guys. Orner. I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear about any of these guys being out. You play who's ever in front of you. And you and your team, Owen, Kyle Shanahan, and yes, Bambi Saleh, who is now the head coach of the Titans, and I'll get into that a little bit later. He didn't show up. Saleh did not show up to this game, or he didn't have his troops show up to this game because they were nowhere to be found. And Brock Purdy, who's looked good all season when he's come back, has in this game, I don't even think he believed that he was playing in the game. I think he was playing in an arcade. Think about it. 15 for 27, 140 yards, 1 interception, no thrown touchdowns. None. Brock Purdy, that's unheard of since he's come back. Brock Purdy has been the most efficient quarterback in the NFL since he's been back. You think about it. I don't want to hear you still have Christian McCaffrey. Christian McCaffrey rushed for 35 yards. 35. And he caught for 39. Tell me the last time that on all-purpose yards that Christian McCaffrey didn't have over 100 yards. I can't even remember. And that goes for Mike McDonald. And you know what I'm talking about, Speedy. Mr. McDonald, who has been the best coach in the NFL all season long, who I believe is coach of the year. He has been sensational. He deserves a little bit more credit than anybody gives him. Because guess what? Since he's left the Baltimore Ravens, where has Baltimore's defense been ranked? Horrible. He's left, and San Francisco, and you think what Seattle's done since he's gone there. I don't know. He takes Sam Darnold. Now, Sam Darnold, do you have an outspoken game that he spoke volumes of what he is in the playoffs? He was 12 for 17, 124 yards. That is not great. But he didn't need to be great because guess what he had? Kenneth friggin' Walker, who had 19 rushing yards, 116 yards, and 3 touchdowns, absolutely exploding off the paper, who has been a beast since he's been drafted. And I remember when he was drafted in the second round. They have had a tandem of players all season long show up. Everybody keeps making fun of Cooper Kupp. 5 receptions for 60 yards is pretty damn good. How about Jackson Smith-Njigba, who didn't have one of his best games? He didn't need to. 3 for 19. That's what he had. He had a touchdown. 3 receptions for 19 yards. When was the last time Jackson Njigba had only 19 yards in a game? Here's what I'm going to say what happened in this game, and it's pretty simple. The 49ers and Kyle Shanahan had his head up his ass. That's what happened. And Robert, a.k.a. Bambi Saleh, was probably thinking he was in a Disney movie because he was definitely not playing in this game, because if he was, he would have actually knew how to call the right plays, because to me, it was run, and more run, and they couldn't stop the run, which I got news for you. I don't know how that's going to work in Titanville, because to me, this was an embarrassment, an absolute embarrassment. And to me, it's a firing offense. Kyle Shanahan losing 41-6 as a national football game, divisional game against the Seattle Seahawks team. Yes, they were home. Yes, they're the best team in the NFC. They had many chances. They played them twice this year, and we're in both those games. And then go into a game in the playoffs and lay up a lousy goose egg? To me, it is a firing offense. So yes, Owen, I'm not going to compliment Kyle Shanahan, because here's the facts. Kyle Shanahan, as we all know, can't coach the big game, can't call the big plays, and the guy is a failure to launch. Remember that? I've been naming movies. Remember that, Speedy? Failure to launch. Matthew McConaughey, because he wasn't launching anything but a stick up his ass.
Yeah, and again, that game looked like it was being coached by Robert Saleh when he was a head coach. Like, that's how bad it was for the 49ers. I always thought they were kind of fraudulent anyway. Like, they did well with surviving the injuries throughout the regular season, fine. But again, the NFC West, there's a reason there's 3 teams there. They had one of the easier schedules coming into the league, and we talked about it all the time. The 49ers had the preseason, the easiest schedule coming into the league. Obviously, the Patriots have now surpassed that, but nevertheless, they were a team that was battling through and winning in ways that were very ugly. Their point differential wasn't great throughout the year, and now you're finally seeing them against a really high-quality, well-rounded Seahawks team, just how good they are. The Seahawks do it on all 3 levels. The Seahawks have always prided themselves on special teams. What do? They get a kick return touchdown the first play of the game. And 49ers, who fired their defensive or special teams coaching staff for a while and had a special teams coach to their previous defensive coordinator before the great Bambi Saleh, were not ready for that kind of thing. And Brock Purdy, I was worried about it being ready for the interior pressure that Seattle brings. They have 3 good defensive tackles, and boy, did they get outmatched in this game. Brock Purdy had no time to throw the ball, and they have no receivers that can create separation because they decided, all right, let's make our best receiver, our best route runner, and Brandon Ayuk frustrated when he came back from injury. So he never wanted to come back at all in week 12 or week 13 when he was ready. And all right, let's go in with what we got. No Ricky Pearsall because he's hurt too. All right, let's see where we're going to go with. We're going to go with Demarcus Robinson, who you mentioned last week, Jawan Jennings, who's fine but can't separate. Yeah, that's the guy we're going to go up against Devin Witherspoon and Amin Wari and Kobe Bryant and all these other guys that are really good in the secondary. and a pass rush is that good. Then we go to the great Bambi Sala and his defense, a defense that has struggled to rush the passer since they lost Nick Bosa. It can't get pressure on Sam Darnold. And Sam Darnold, like you said, didn't have to throw the ball much. And that's another scary level that Seattle has to bring because they can run the ball effectively in this game with a 17-0 lead. And we talked about it throughout the year. Their rushing volume is actually still really high. As good as Najigba's season was, that they could just play that kind of game against a bad run defense in the 49ers, a rookie, essentially, defensive line with all these linebackers that are hurt and all these other guys hurt. And they just played a complete ball-controlled defensive coach type of game with a little mixture of Seahawks flashiness and special teams in there. And the 49ers and Bambi Sala and Kyle Shanahan were not ready.
That's kind of what I said earlier. It felt like something was off, and you've seen that team answer the bell all year with the injuries and CMC obviously being healthy and doing that. And like they alienated, I feel like, from what they've done all year. Obviously, the Seahawks changed a little bit of that in the way they defend and what they can do. But it just felt like as a coach and as a scheme, you make those adjustments, and they didn't make any adjustments. That game was tough to watch, and you felt it from the kickoff when they ran it back and scored, and I'm like, oh, I don't think this is going to end well. But I didn't think it was going to end like that.
No, but just ask your son's team how that worked for them when they played in the Super Bowl.
Oh, 100%. And he literally called me as soon as it was over, and then 15 minutes later he's texted me and he's like, damn it. And I'm like, well, yeah, it's going to be a little bit different now. And I had to ask him, I go, who the hell is your backup at this point? Like, I had no idea. Like, and he was like, you don't want to know. And I'm like, do I know him? And he goes, no. And then I was like, I have no idea who the hell that is. But the Niners, for what they've got through this season with all the injuries, and then to lay an egg like that, it kind of boggled my mind that they didn't make any adjustments. They've obviously done it throughout the year, and they looked flat. There was no adjustments. And that comes to me. And when we talk about coaching as we've done and how important that is, when you see how the game is progressing and you don't make the adjustments and you don't change up a play call, you don't change up your scheme, you don't change anything, and you score 6 points and CMC has less than 75 all-purpose yards, I'd have to look it up. I don't know that answer, but I don't know the last time that he's had less than that.
Tampa did it once, I think, when he was with Carolina. Like, I remember, I think he had like 2
That's my point.
in the game, yeah.
This guy is one of the best pass-catching running backs in NFL history. If you look at his numbers, they're ridiculous. Mm-hmm. And to see what CMC couldn't do in this game, and it says a lot about McDonald and the way he calls his plays, and you have to give some of the defensive players a lot of credit because they were sensational. They did everything they needed to do to keep their team in the game, and again, that goes a lot for Williams, and a lot of people, including Jet fans, were wondering what happened to Williams when he was here with the New York Jets. He was drafted by the New York Jets. He was a first-round talent. This guy was an elite player coming from USC. Remember that, Speedy? Mm-hmm. And then he goes to the Giants. The Giants signed him. And then he played pretty well with the Giants. The Giants overpaid him. And the Giants let him go. Matter of fact, the Giants traded him. And he goes over there to Seattle. And then McDonald goes over there and develops him even more. This guy has gone through layers in his career. And now he's become an elite pass rusher, an elite defensive player, elite defensive lineman, going from the Jets to the Giants. And now going to a team that is giving him an opportunity to become an elite player. It says a lot about the team. Their secondary is sensational, Speedy.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely sensational what Seattle does and the way they put pressure up and they force you to throw the ball into places you feel so very uncomfortable doing. Kyle Shanahan had no answer to Seattle's defense. None whatsoever. I believe by the second quarter, I think Kyle Shanahan was waving the red flag. I really do believe he knew that there was no way in hell they were coming back in this game. And that says a lot about who McDonald is and the way he coaches, the way the players. Think about it. Before this game, everybody was talking about the board being, whoa, let's watch. Let's go see these guys celebrate what they did winning the conference and dancing and prancing around and drinking wine like they won a Super Bowl. They were going to a Super Bowl. And that was something that a lot of people believed they were going to mimic and try to attack going into the game, San Francisco? Well, ladies and gentlemen, before the game started and after the game, the only team that's dancing and prancing around is the same team that was doing it before the season ended. It was Seattle. They absolutely embarrassed the San Francisco 49ers with George Kittle, not with George Kittle. You could put Nick Bosa there, Warner. It doesn't matter who was there. I don't think they stood a chance against the Seattle Seahawks team. They had a game plan. They outsmarted Robert Saleh and outplay called Kyle Shanahan. That is the facts, Jack. And that's all I'm going to say about that. There is nothing else to say about this game but utter embarrassment by San Francisco putting up and laying up a lousy goose egg. Being that, guess where the Super Bowl is going to be this year, Speedy?
Oh, yeah.
San Francisco. Remember the last time it was in San Francisco? Who was playing in it?
Oh, it was the Broncos, I believe.
No, it wasn't.
Was it I thought it was the Broncos and the Panthers, I'm pretty sure.
No, it wasn't. The last time they played in San Francisco, Speedy, was the San Francisco 49ers and the Baltimore Ravens. Remember when the lights went out?
That was New Orleans.
You sure that was New Orleans?
Yeah, that was in New Orleans. I remember because I had the conspiracy theory.
Wait a second. You sure about that?
Yes, because I remember I was in high school. It was my senior year of high school. I remember I had the conspiracy theory of, this is Sean Payton's revenge on the Saints organization.
No, okay. So maybe I was wrong about that.
Yeah, it was the Broncos and the Panthers. It was the first year of that stadium.
The fact here is with Kyle Shanahan and the position that Kyle Shanahan is going to be in the offseason is put up or shut up now. It's put up or shut up time for Kyle Shanahan and that San Francisco 49ers team. Because we're not going to get into Robert Saleh thing because we're going to talk about it a little bit later. But this is a team that's going into an offseason once again failing. And Kyle Shanahan, all he knows is failure. Because this guy has not won a Super Bowl. Every time he's gone to the Super Bowl, he's failed. As an offensive coordinator, as a head coach, he is an absolute failure. And then going into a divisional game where everybody thought that this was going to be somewhat of a game, somewhat of a challenge because of the way Brock Purdy was playing and the play call of Kyle Shanahan, what he did was a masterful thing last week, and just lay up a lousy goose egg says to me one thing and one thing only. I don't want to see ESPN. I don't want to see CBS. I don't want to see anybody, Bleacher Report, or anybody interview Ed, and I'm saying this, Ed McCaffrey, and I'm saying this from the heart, or Mike Shanahan like they won something. Like, oh my God, they have a chance to do something great. I remember when, and I'll say this, it wasn't Kyle Shanahan. It was Christian McCaffrey's mom sitting there, and when they mentioned the Super Bowl that they lost against Kansas City, she got up and she rolled her eyes like, they should have won the game. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Here's the reason why you lost that game. Because you stopped running the ball to who? Your son. Yep. That was obviously didn't get the rock enough in the fourth quarter, which if they got the rock enough in the fourth quarter, maybe they beat the Kansas City Chiefs. Maybe they shocked the world and knock off the great Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid, but they didn't. You know why? Because they're an absolute joke.
All right, before we transition to the next game, we have a caller, our 49ers fan of our network, Mr. Brian Snow is on the phone.
Brian, let's hear you.
Errol, I'm going to playfully yell at you.
I can't wait. I can't wait.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. What you guys said are absolute facts. And I got no argument. I sat and called that game Saturday night, and I was embarrassed. I've been a 49er fan since 1980, and I've seen my share of clunkers, even under the quote-unquote great Jed York's leadership. But what happened Saturday night put an end to that era as far as I'm concerned. It may be time for Kyle Shanahan and company to just push the plunger and blow it up and start again, because you got 4, maybe 5 players, 2 of them on injured reserve in terms of Nick Bosa and Fred Warner. And you can build with them, but it's just going to take a few years to do so. But you got to bring in some fresh minds, some good minds to rebuild that. And as far as the 2 Super Bowls that they played in with Kyle Shanahan, both of those should have been wins. First of all, Raheem Mostert should have run for 200 yards in that game, and 100 of those should have come in the fourth quarter, because they had the Chiefs on the ropes and they didn't knock them out. they had the Chiefs on the road twice, once in Vegas and once in Miami, both Super Bowls, 54 and 58, and they didn't deliver the knockout punch. I have a problem with that. I have a big problem with that. And since those two Super Bowls happened, it's been, as you say best, Errol, and I know I owe you an appearance on Snowman in the Morning. I've been revamping and putting everything back together. It's been, in the immortal words of Joe Beningo, what a disgrace. And that's all I got.
And you said it best. And that's a 49er fan, ladies and gentlemen, a guy that I've come to respect. Yep. He does do all the calls for the 49ers every single week. He's a diehard 49er fan. And I'm talking about the Joe Montana era. I'm talking about the Steve Young era. This is a guy that's been following them for years, and he speaks the truth. And to me, I think they should break everything up. And that means Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, get rid of them all, start over, start from scratch.
They got to start. They got to start over, because if they try to run it back with this group, considering Seattle not only socked them in the mouth, but kicked them in the stomach and kicked them in the ass, where are they gonna go from here? That's why Salah's gone. Kubiak's next.
But Brian, where do they start?
Shanahan's going to be the lone wolf. What are you going to do? Bring Steve Wilkes back in? Steve Wilkes got lucky for 6 games in San Francisco in 2023 and let them to the Super Bowl. But in listening to an interview with their fabulous voice, Greg Papa, another cancer survivor who's near and dear to my heart, he lost the locker room. He lost the locker room, and you can't have a team as proud as the 49ers have coordinators be on a revolving door and continue to lose the locker room. We've seen it before with many Super Bowl champions that have fallen off the radar, especially in football. Sean Payton in New Orleans, Dan Reeves in Denver. Hell, Dan Reeves with the New York Giants in 1993, when they miraculously, and I mean this, got to the playoffs in 1993. What happened? Ricky Waters happened, and they had to blow it up then. So they gotta start over. They got to start over. And this is coming from a fellow who's followed the 49ers since 1980 and has been an insider for my own website since 2003.
Yep.
They got to blow it up. They have to blow it up, and they got to get some fresh players in there, and they got to follow Seattle's pattern. And in turn, Seattle followed San Francisco's pattern. Get them young, get them into the draft, coach them up, get the right coach in there, and they got to start over again. And Errol, you've heard people criticize me many times that I don't tell the truth about my teams. Let me say this. To those who think that, you haven't listened to my show for once, have you? Because I call it, you listen to me every morning.
Yes,
I call it like I see it every day.
Do you feel better?
I call it.
Do you feel better now?
I do.
Oh, okay. All right. I just want to make sure you feel better, because I wanted to give you your time to just get the feeling out. You know, I know how it feels to want to punch something, because being a Jet fan, I want to punch everything.
Brian, you want to think about this funny alternate universe? What if the 49ers actually do fire Kyle Shanahan and he becomes the Bambi Saleh offensive coordinator?
Right.
That would be so funny.
Oh man. Yeah, I can't wait for you to call. I can't wait for you to call in and talk Jets with me, because the other times that you did, I did nothing but put the camera on you and give you the floor. So I thank you for doing that for me tonight. And I thank you guys for allowing me to call in. I love you guys very, very much. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Brian Snow, ladies and gentlemen, Snowman in the Morning. He airs every single morning on the Worldwide Sports Radio Network. He does such a great job all over. He does the play calling. He calls so many games. He does everything. And I love him. He's a cancer, obviously, all the cancer awareness. He's gone through so much stuff, and the guy is still doing so many great things, and we love him. He is a great person and one of the best voices on the radio today. So thank you, Brian, for joining us, and we love you. And now let's get into probably the worst game of the weekend. And boy, oh boy, was this a bad, watchable game. And if you're a Patriot fan, I don't want to hear you Patriot fans give me that Drake May is this and Drake May is that. Drake May had a horrible game. A horrible game. Now, do I think Drake May is a bad quarterback? No. I think Drake May could be an elite quarterback in this league for many, many years. We'll see how his development works with Mike Vrabel. Mike Vrabel making excuses. We all know that he makes a lot of excuses. After, during the half, they asked him, what do you need to do to keep the fumbles away and keep the fumbles from happening? And he says, well, we got to protect the quarterback. Really? Because here's what I would have done if I was Drake May. Stop holding the ball in the pocket as long as you did. And this has been his problem all season long. How many fumbles has Drake May had in the game, in the league all season long? He led the league in fumbles. He led the league in fumbles. And in this game, what did he have? 3, 4?
He had 4 and 2 lost.
2 lost. And I will say this. You can't blame the Texans defense on this loss. You can't. I mean, Anderson was all over the place. This guy, to me, and I'll give a shout out to Jeff, because Jeff has told me many, many times what this kid is going to be in the league and how talented he is going to be. Anderson is one of the elite pass rushers in the league. There's no question that he is. And he had his first all-pro season of his career. He was sensational. He really was. Danielle Hunter was great too, man. He two sacks in a game. You can't blame the front seven of this team. They were all over the place. They were sensational all game long. Put pressure on Drake May. Put pressure on the offensive line, the young offensive line of the snowy New England fans and snowy New England offensive line. I will say this. To me, CJ Stroud, after watching this game, is not the answer. He's not. And to me, Speedy, who I was talking about, before this show and who I blame for this. Head coach.
DeMeco Ryans, yeah.
DeMeco Ryans is to blame on not bringing in Mills. Mills was the reason why they went on that winning streak. And I know everybody's going to say, you got to trust your veteran quarterback. You got to trust your kid that you're drafting in the first round, this number 2 pick of the draft. But guess what? CJ Stroud was not good all season long. In the second half of the season, against really bad talent, he showed up and he played decent. But he wasn't the elite quarterback he was the first 2 years, and especially his freshman year, where he had one of the greatest seasons a freshman quarterback has had in the NFL. He made a load of mistakes. He threw 4 interceptions in this game. He did not show up in this game and really look like he wanted to play in this game. Do you know what his quarterback rating was in this game? Probably the worst in NFL history playoff, in a divisional game, in any game, any series. A 28.
Oh, wow. I was going to say 32. Okay. Wow.
A 28.
I was gonna be in the 30s.
28. I mean, it was in a horrendous game for him and Drake May. Drake May was not good. 16 for 27, 179 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception, 4 forced fumbles. He was not good. But guess what? The Patriots did enough. And boy, oh boy, that one-handed grab in the fourth quarter by, how do you pronounce his name? Booty.
Java's favorite wide receiver.
I mean,
you got to have the booty.
Kayshon Boutte, that catch that he made in this game, that one-handed grab was sensational. One of the greatest grabs I've seen in the playoffs in a very long time. That was sensational to watch. And I know everybody would have thought, hey, Stephon Diggs was going to be that go-to guy. No. When they needed Boutte to make a play, they were going to Boutte, especially in the fourth quarter. And he spread out the ball very well, Drake May. I can't say that he didn't. He gave the ball to Austin Hooper. He gave the ball to Douglas and Diggs and Boutte and Henry. Everybody touched the ball in this game, but Kyle Williams.
It was like a 6th-round rookie.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, everybody touched the ball. And I'll say this. If they play like this, they're not going to beat the Bo Nix lost Broncos in Denver. But to me, Drake May is better than what is his name again? Stidham or
Jarrett Stidham, Jeff's boy from 2019.
You didn't get that joke, did you?
Oh, I did.
I mean, there's no way in hell that the Broncos are going to win this game against Drake May, even though they have the home game. Now, unless the Broncos put up a great defensive game plan against Drake May in this defense, this offense, I'll say this. Vrabel's defensive play calling and this defense was sensational. Their secondary was great. Jones was sensational. Gonzalez was sensational. And I'll say this, all the teams that passed up on Christian Gonzalez, the Patriots, and I'll say this, yes, Bill Belichick is laughing to the bank because he was Bill Belichick's last first-round draft pick.
He was the 17th overall pick when a lot of people thought he was a top 10 corner, definitely, and then maybe a top 5 corner. Now, Seattle obviously looked smart taking Witherspoon because Witherspoon's great too, but there are a lot of other teams that took some corners that have already been cut from their rosters that don't look as bright right now.
It was horrible to watch. This was the worst football you could possibly watch. And when you look at the score, you're going to say, well, how could you say that? I mean, it was still a high-scoring game, 28-16. It was something that if you're a football fan, you don't want to watch. Yeah, if you like good defense, maybe, but it wasn't even the defenses forcing the fumbles, except I guess I would say the Texans were, but they were just, to me, CJ Stroud's mistakes were his mistakes and his mistakes only. He made more mistakes than I could even try to compare to any player or any quarterback in history in the playoffs. I don't even think a hurt Peyton Manning would have made as many mistakes as a guy of CJ Stroud's talent. I mean, seriously, Peyton Manning at the tail end of his career when he won a Super Bowl, he was not good, but he made the throws that he needed to make to win a Super Bowl against the Carolina Panthers. This guy did not show up. He looked like he didn't want to be there. He looked like he was completely beat in the first half of the game, Speedy.
Yeah, and we've seen it over the last 15 years or so before Houston became a more relevant franchise because they were pretty bad the first 10 years of their existence. But the Texans were always like a great team that just needed the quarterback for a while. They had TJ Yates and Case Keenum and all these other random rotational guys. They overpaid Brock Osweiler after he won the Super Bowl with the Broncos.
Oh, Lord.
Yes. You're trying to forget that one. I'm sure you're trying to do Java, but they gave him that ridiculous contract. And then they got Deshaun Watson. Obviously, he was good in the playoffs for a little while, but then obviously that flamed out. But now CJ Stroud, they bring him in as the number 2 overall pick, was supposed to be this allegedly most talented guy in that draft class. He didn't go number 1. I thought Bryce Young was better, but most people thought Stroud was better. And he had that unbelievable rookie year, and obviously the expectations will be a lot higher. He's kind of fallen to that kind of just mediocre.
Fallen flat on his face.
And I don't think he's reached that level where he thinks I could just be a game manager type. And that's where
he tastes himself.
That's where I think that he wasn't ready for that kind of thing. With Mike Vrabel, a coach who's familiar with him. He coached him with the Titans, who has players.
That went over like a fart in church.
In Harold Landry that's played against him with the Titans. Others with the Jaguars and Chason and a bunch of others that played against him know his tendencies. And they just exposed his weaknesses badly. You're right. The Texans defense did everything they could in that game. It's not their fault.
And Jeff said something very interesting. OSU quarterbacks have always been bad in the NFL.
Correct.
And I thought this was going to change because I thought CJ Stroud was going to change the whole thought to that. Now, I don't know what saying is going to be. Maybe he's the best one. We'll see how that all works out. And more than likely he goes to the New York Jets and absolutely bombs out. So it's typical. The Jets draft Sayin and he is a completely bomb thrust.
I don't know. The Jets are usually bet worse at cursing Ohio State wide receivers.
I'm just saying. I mean, Ohio State wide receivers are good. I mean, we've
Wilson finally broke it, but after the Devin Smith and Stephen Hill era.
No, but I'm saying that most first round Ohio State Buckeye wide receivers are pretty damn good. Okay. So my question here is how bad is this game going to be next week in Denver? Are we going to watch a Drake May complete passes? Are we going to watch Stidham outclass and outplay an organization that drafted him in the 7th round? I don't know what to believe, but here's what I do know. CJ Stroud is on the hot seat. He's on the hot seat. There is no way this organization in the offseason. And by the way, Mills is a free agent.
You think hot seat already, though?
Oh, 100%.
Well, it's year 3, so they have to decide on a 5th-year option, which they will probably give him. But we were talking about even if he had a good game and maybe they make a run to a Super Bowl, maybe paying him this offseason a good contract. Now you can't even do that.
You can't.
No.
You cannot do that because Mills, to me, played better, and D'Amico Ryan should have let Mills play. You should have went ride or die with all the guys on your team. And I know you're going to ride or die with your starting quarterback. I know that's the guy you drafted, but Mills was the one that helped you get there. You're going to ride or die with that guy. We've seen backup quarterbacks take teams to a Super Bowl. We've seen that before. So why can't we see that again? So remember the Tampa Bay
We
Buccaneers?
did more times than not, too, and then that turns into them getting another contract and extending their career. And
I'm telling you right now, if I'm the Jets,
might be the case.
I'm reaching out to Mills's agent in the offseason. I think he's a free agent. I'm absolutely reaching out to Mills's agent and trying to bring him in. That's the guy I'm looking for. And there are other teams that are going to be looking at Mills too. But he has proven that he can play as a quarterback in this league, and he's played efficient. I talked to Jeff about this before, and I said, what do you think about Mills? He says, Mills is a competent quarterback. He's one of the more competent backup quarterbacks in the league. I've talked to a lot of experts about some of these guys in the league and what backup quarterback would you start in the future if he becomes available? And a lot of guys like Mills. I think that's a guy that's a find. And if you're an organization looking for that guy or looking for a guy or a diamond in a rough, that's the guy. And D'Amico Ryans completely struck out on this. And that's why they're not moving on. That's why the Texans and that dominant defense, if the Texans win this game, the Texans beat the Broncos and maybe win the Super Bowl this year. I think the way Anderson is playing and Hunter is playing, they're as good of a tandem as anybody we've seen in the league. And to watch them go down the way they did, yes, it was snowing, but there's no excuse to it. To make the excuses that they made with the offensive side of the ball was just absolutely putrid. Say a lot about D'Amico Ryans and his play calling.
Yeah, and on the Patriots standpoint, too, I do want to bring that up because the Broncos are still going to apply pressure to them, where the Texans, they're maybe tested with facing that good of a pass rush. They're going to have to adjust to play differently on offense than they did, because Drake May, his reads were not great, especially in the second quarter. I thought that's where I think two of those fumbles happening, and then the one he lost was in the third quarter. And he really only looked like he was crisp maybe towards the fourth quarter. But at that point, like you said, the Texans defense is going to be tired at that point because of how long they've been on the field, because CJ Stroud kept turning the ball over. They can't have that kind of game plan against the Broncos and expect to, even if they do play Jarrett Stidham, because that's where the route they're going. Sean Payton's a smart coach. This is a really good championship caliber defense. The Patriots have a good defense, but it's not a championship caliber defense like you see the Broncos, the Texans, even the Seahawks, like teams like that. They can't afford to play like that as sloppy as they were. They're not going to be able to run the ball as effectively either as they did in this game. Ramondre Stevenson, I believe, at 75 yards in this game. Henderson got it going in the second half a little more, but the Broncos can stop the run a lot better too. And they can't be comfortable with the way they played and expect to be able to go to a Super Bowl and nevertheless win one.
What do you think the Broncos have to do from their end? Obviously, not having Bo Nix, that they're going to have to change up to try and win this game.
I've got it. Run. That's it.
And it's interesting. There is a practice window. Maybe he'll play for J.K. Dobbins. We'll see. The other thing is run with their receivers too. Mims is a speedy guy. They could use a lot of the rookies they drafted later. Gadget guys are going to.
Sean Payton's a great gadget caller. So he is going to try to use gadget plays. I don't know if there's any wide receivers that at one point in their careers have been a quarterback in high school or something of that magnitude. If there are, we've seen some crazy things by Sean Payton. This guy is he's a masterful coach that likes to use trick plays and gadget plays over the years. So am I going to be crazy to believe that somebody like Sean Payton's going to have some kind of thing drawn up, or some kind of play drawn up, or how many plays are going to be drawn up in the game in the first or second quarter that can absolutely devalue the opportunity to take over this game? I think it might. And again, this defense is elite. It is elite, but they're going to have to show up in the big parts of this game and shut down Drake May. Drake May is still a quality quarterback. You can't say that he's not. And they're going to have to put pressure like the Texans did if they plan to beat him.
Before we move on to the Bears and the Rams game, Jabba, you were talking about how many trick plays a team should do too. Like the Bears and the Rams will play fearless. We've seen the Broncos at times play fearless with some of their reverses. They can't back off now just because they have a backup quarterback in, and just all of a sudden be too conservative, because that could burn them too.
Fair.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the final game of the week was a doozy. Boy, oh boy, was it a doozy. And if you're a Rams fan, you were sweating. I was sweating.
You're taking a deep breath. That's what you're doing.
You were sweating because what Caleb Williams did in the fourth quarter, and I don't have to talk about anything more than.
I don't give a damn what anybody says. To do what he did, throw off his back foot, rotate his hips, like people that haven't thrown a ball, to run back and throw that 50 yards in the air off your back foot, to be able to rotate. Yeah, they fell out of position or whatever. I don't care. You can say whatever you want. That was one of the most impressive things I've ever seen, because I know how hard it is to throw an object. But what he did right there, my mouth dropped. And I don't get impressed by people throwing things a lot. But that right there was something where I'm just like, you can't describe it, like how hard that is in the moment. And we're like, he could do that in any aspect, but like in that moment, to be able to have the awareness and you've talked about it. You were sold on Caleb from the get-go.
8th grade.
And the way he was as an athlete, and like as we seen him grow in the second half and become the better quarterback that you said he was from the get-go, to be able to slow the game down and do those things, that was absolutely one of the most unbelievable throws I've seen from a quarterback.
I've been wrong about certain quarterbacks, Zach Wilson being one, but I was not wrong about Caleb Williams, and nobody wants to give me any credit when I do pick.
Hey, I actually gave you credit.
I know you don't. You did. There are a lot of people that don't. And Caleb Williams is special. The things that he does off the back foot and moving inside and out of the pocket, how he escaped from those 3 defensive linemen and to get that ball off to Cole Kmet was just absolutely amazing. It really was. And that game was boring. It was defense. It was mistakes. There was just really, the first half was pathetic. And the Rams, I thought they were going to put up points, and I thought there was going to be chase. There was going to be high scoring, and it was going to be a path all the way. If it goes to overtime, it would be like 35-30 or 37-42 or something of that magnitude. That was going to be, Puka Nakua's day or something like that. It just wasn't. It really wasn't. It was, to me, it was bad out. It was snowing, but there's no excuse. I know the field out there, it is grass, and it's an old Chicago Bears stadium, but it to me, the fans were loud. The Rams, it was cold. You can see Matthew Stafford, and I got to give Matthew Stafford, and I'll say this, I'm not a Sean McVay fan. Anybody that listens to this show, I'm not a Sean McVay fan. I got to give Sean McVay a little bit of credit for this, because to travel all the way to Chicago when everybody said that, and they were practicing in 80-degree weather, and they were using like this, I don't remember what they were saying before the game. They were putting things in their shoes and their gloves. And,
I'll get to that at the end of the show.
Yeah, this crazy crap that they were putting to try to make sure that their feet and their hands were warm. It says a lot about Sean McVay and the way he believes in his team and the way he believes in his quarterback. And Matthew Stafford, he didn't have one of his best days, but he did enough to win this game. And that's scary to go to play the Rams in Seattle. To me, Seattle should be afraid of the Rams, because the Rams are finding ways to win games that, honestly, a lot of people probably would have thought they were going to lose that game. After Caleb completed that pass with 18 seconds left, I really believe going into overtime, Chicago was winning that game. And Caleb Williams made a bad throw to Curl, threw an interception, and it looked like they were going to win the game. It looked like Caleb Williams was confident. And Caleb Williams didn't cry. I mean, what we've known him to do over the years, especially at USC, is cry when he loses the big game. He was a man about things. Even when he spoke to the press, he was a manly person and a player. That's something I got to give Caleb Williams a little bit of credit for, because over the years that we've watched him, he's done things that make you shake your head. But maybe it's Ben Johnson. And I do believe Sean McVay stuffed it down Ben Johnson's throat. And if Ben Johnson came back and won that game, Ben Johnson would have been as loud and as rambunctious as he's been over the last couple of weeks. So I got to give the Rams a little bit of credit. It was back and forth in the fourth quarter. It was so fun to watch in the fourth quarter. The rest of the game was pathetic. And then the overtime, the Rams made a mistake. Matthew Stafford thought he lost it for his team. He looked like he did. And the Bears defense played very well, put a lot of pressure. You got to give the Bears a lot of credit, the defense, and the way they drew up some of these defensive play calling. It was fun to watch. And but the play of the day and the play of the game and the play of the week was the unbelievable toss by Caleb Williams. Was absolutely amazing. If you want to pick something out of anything I saw this weekend, it was that. It was special.
Yeah, and you were talking about the ability to make throws in so many different areas for any of these quarterbacks too. Like you're making it 20 yards back essentially with that much pressure on you. It's very hard for any quarterback to do. We talk about some of these Hail Marys Aaron Rodgers have made, obviously the unbelievable escape that Eli Manning made in the Super Bowl against the Patriots. Like it's just a throw, just an ability backtracking, that might be the best one that we've seen. And in the pressure of that kind of moment, to have that kind of composure to do it in the playoffs is going to put Caleb Williams on another level. Before we get to, I know Jeff's on the phone, that's why I want to get to it in a bit. You mentioned the Bears defense, though. This was the game I wanted to see their secondary get their test in, and they did that in the game. They held their own. The pass rush did very well, but the Rams just that much better, and Chris Shula deserves a lot of credit for his defense as well.
All right. Are you ready to hear Jeff?
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jeff from Tampa.
Jeff, you could call back.
He could call back. I don't know if he got disconnected.
He might have got disconnected. Maybe he was a little upset.
All right. Jeff, call back. I'll finish my thoughts on this game as well. With the Rams running game, I think just was a little bit better. I think that was a main difference where the Bears, I mentioned, they're against a Rams top 5 run defense, and we're not going to be able to get it going. And I worried on the inside run game they wouldn't be able to, and they didn't. And I think that was hard for them to overcome and be the well-rounded offense that they were supposed to be. And I think the Rams just had a little more. When the Bears shut down Puka Nacua, they had a good game plan for him.
All right, we got Jeff on the phone. How are you, my friend?
I'm good, Earl. How are you?
Oh, of course you would say something stupid like that, but typical Jeff.
What's
up?
Buddy, Caleb Williams is an absolute luck box. That's all he is an absolute luck box. That dude makes some worst throws you've ever seen.
Jeff, I knew you were going to come out and try to attack something that I was going to say, but
I'm not attacking you. There's no attack there. Caleb Williams stinks.
No, he does not
every
stink.
weapon in the world. He's got Roma Dunze. He's got DJ Moore, Colston Loveland. Luther Burden is emerging. Cole Kmet is on that team. How many more weapons do we have to give this guy? And we're still watching him fall down and throw terrible passes half the time.
Jeff, when a guy goes out there and makes a pass like that on national television at the end of a game with 18 seconds left of a game, you could say it's luck all you want. You could say whatever you want to say about it. It's still a pass. He made the pass, and you got to give him credit.
It was a good pass, but you guys are all acting like no one else can do it. Josh Allen did it. Lamar Jackson's done it. Patrick Mahomes has done it. It was
18 seconds.
Yeah, you're naming probably the few that can.
18 seconds in the fourth quarter where your team is going to lose. They did that? When did they do that?
Well, right. Okay. So what about the fourth down conversions that he was throwing terrible passes earlier in the game? Do those not count?
You make mistakes. You make mistakes.
The one he completed counts?
See, the only one he completed. That was the only one he completed?
On fourth, there was several missed.
Yeah, they had some misses on fourth down. Yes, obviously Ben Johnson's going to coach that way. He coaches like Dan Campbell. There were some, I'm not saying Caleb Williams had the most amazing game, but
no,
like the Rams have a good defense too.
When they needed to make a throw, he made the throw. And you could sit here and you can argue that.
Boxed it. Absolute luck boxed it.
Well, that's your opinion. I disagree with you. I think that obviously he had to know that Cole Kmet was there. There's no way he didn't know that he was there. There's no way. There's absolutely
they're all
no
wearing
way.
the same jersey, and he's got eyes. That's how he knew he was there.
Dude, the way he moved inside and out of that pocket and escaped from 3 big defensive linemen and get that ball off on the back foot was sensational.
So a little fast guy outruns 3 fat dudes.
Little fast guy.
Impressive thing you've ever
seen. It's not
seen.
little. I mean, a 6'2", 6'3" quarterback is not small.
He's probably like barely 6 feet. Probably.
And 2 of those 3 guys were an interior rush. That's hard for quarterbacks.
He's
to
not
escape.
6 feet.
Right,
He's
an interior rush. You know what that means, Speedy? They're 350 pounds. If you can't outrun someone that's 350 pounds, you got issues.
You know damn well that these defensive linemen can run a 4.5, 4.6. They've done it before. So you can't sit here and tell me that they can't get at him and try to put pressure on.
Every quarterback in the league can outrun them.
No, I disagree. Matthew Stafford can?
Matthew Stafford has a broken back and still can outrun them.
You're out of your mind. You're out of your mind.
In that
I love you,
particular
Jeff.
play, I can't
Typical
believe
Jeff,
that.
ladies and gentlemen. He will attack
Matthew
anybody.
Stafford's still in the playoffs because every time he throws a touchdown, they show Kelly Stafford, and that's worth it.
Typical.
Why? Because he was with Georgia too.
The great Georgia quarterback, by the way, a great Georgia.
Yes.
No, but have you seen
Of course.
Kelly Stafford?
Yes.
He throws a touchdown pass. They show Kelly Stafford. That's America winning. America's back, baby.
Leave it up to Jeff, ladies and gentlemen, giving us his take on Caleb Williams' amazing throw.
And you're not giving enough credit to that New England defense, by the way.
What are you talking about? I gave him a lot of credit. Are you listening to
you
the
said
take?
it was all C.J. Stroud.
No.
New England's defense was pretty solid.
I said their secondary was amazing. Jones was amazing.
It wasn't their
Gonzalez
secondary that was amazing. It was their line.
Dude, it was their secondary. Their safeties, they hovered over every single wide receiver. Anything, dude, they were unbelievable. That secondary was amazing.
But go and look at Woody Mark's first half stats. Do you know what he rushed for in the first half?
Dude,
he had 8 carries for 7 yards. And one of the interceptions he threw,
Marks,
and one of the interceptions Stroud threw was because Kalavon Chason absolutely murdered Stroud.
Woody Marks. Are we arguing about Woody Marks? Is that where we're going?
We're not. No. It's the fact that the Patriots have a top 5 rush
number 1 run defense. Yeah, they do.
Nobody said that they don't, and nobody said that they weren't good.
Right, but when you can't run on a team, you have to pass. That's the whole thing.
Yeah, Matt, to me, C.J. Stroud could have passed against any defense. He was going to throw those interceptions.
One hand washes the other in football, right? If you have an amazing pass rush, it makes the cornerbacks' jobs easier. Yeah. And they were getting home. I mean, mostly because the Texans were playing with. It ended up being a third stringer at right tackle, right? Because they were without. Who were they without?
Ursery. I think it was Ursery, their rookie.
No, Ursery was there. It was
okay.
Brown, their right tackle.
Okay.
And
it was
their backup got hurt, and they had to go to a third stringer.
There is no excuse.
They were hurt up front.
I don't care. To me, D'Amico Ryans, to me, should have done what I thought he should have done in the second half: is bring in Mills, see what you're going to get out of Mills. You weren't getting enough out of Stroud. At least bring him in and see what you have. Maybe he makes 1 or 2 acrobatic passes, gets his team wound up, and maybe they find a way to win the game, or find a way they take this to overtime and find a way to beat the Patriots in New England. I don't know, but the way D'Amico Ryans was calling the game and really in the second half has me questioning if he's the right guy for the job. That's just my opinion.
I mean, maybe not, but you can't bench C.J. Stroud because they're going to end up signing him to an extension.
Well, they're making a mistake.
And not because they want to, but because they have to.
Yeah, I know. They're making a mistake.
Yeah, they're a bad quarterback franchise overall, so they got to get something.
I mean, it's not even just that, but look around the league. How do you think Tua got a contract? When you look around the league, there's nobody else that can come in. It's why Justin Fields keeps getting jobs. Because there's no quarterbacks out there. It's why Russell Wilson kept getting a job. There's no one out there to come in and replace them. So if they're not going with C.J. Stroud, what are they going to go with? What are they going to be, the Jets, and draft a quarterback every year?
There he is, ladies and gentlemen, Jeff.
Buddy, I'm a Jets guy. I'm tired of drafting quarterbacks.
Throw me a curveball, ladies and gentlemen. Let's talk about the Jets, baby. Let's talk about you and me.
Buddy, I'm a Jets guy. You know I'm a Jets guy, but and we go through quarterbacks.
Let's talk about all the good things and the bad things that they'll be.
I mean, you can't do it otherwise. That's why he's probably going to get an extension and stay.
You like that, Speedy?
Oh yeah.
Do you just want to be the New Orleans Saints? Is that what they want to be? And when they can't figure out quarterback?
I don't. No, I don't. But hey, as a Jet fan or an Eagles guy or anybody you want to point or you want to play darts with, I could say this. C.J. Stroud is not the answer. D'Amico Ryans has proven to me that when the going gets tough and you need to make a decision, to make that decision, you make the right decision. You make the decision to say that this quarterback did not have it that day. You take him out. You show everybody that you're going to go and try to get that win, and he didn't.
I mean, what happened to C.J. Stroud? Rookie year, C.J. Stroud was unstoppable.
Yeah, well, I don't know what happened to him, but if the Grinch stole Christmas, C.J. Stroud stole the Texans' heart this offseason because they're going to be watching golf or playing golf and watching the Super Bowl, and they're not going to be in it. That's for sure.
Buddy, they were never going to win anyways. Do you realize, think about this, right? Everyone gives, Denver love because Denver's a hard place to, go and win. Everyone gives Seattle love. Oh, it's so loud. When was the last time a road team won in New England?
No, I got you, man.
It's a tough place to play and win.
The Vrabel.
Gotcha. Jeff, we got to go, man.
And that was 5 years ago, dude.
Mm-hmm. Jeff.
And before that, it was crazy.
Jeff, we love you, and you can call back whenever you want. I don't care what
No,
anybody.
no, I can't do that. This is because someone isn't there. Like that's what he said, and I
Stop.
don't want to make that person.
No,
mad.
you can call when
you're
he's
not.
there too.
You could call whenever he's
If
there.
that person gets mad, I don't know what I'll do.
You can
He's
call
a big
when
deal.
you
can
can call
call
whenever
when
you
he's
want.
there, too.
You can call whenever you want. We love you.
Do you know how much of it? He told me not to.
You can. We just told you can. So we
Well,
override
I
it.
can't go against him. Do you know how much of a big deal he is?
Goodbye,
He'll
Jeff.
find me.
Goodbye, Jeff. Thank you,
He'll
Jeff.
find me.
Thank you, Jeff. There it is. The Lord and Savior of this show has reappeared from the depths of beyond. Jeff from Tampa.
That's a good way to put it.
Thank you. And Jabba was probably just sitting there.
Oh, no.
and-
We had the Jabba versus Snug YouTube battle. It was very
Oh,
entertaining
really?
as well.
Oh, I didn't get a chance to see that.
Oh, there's some comments.
Speaking of something that I got a chance to see, Indiana and Miami, a national championship. Indiana beats Miami in the national championship game, 27-21, to finish off an undefeated season and win their first title in school history. Both teams started slow offensively until Indiana had 14 play, 85-yard touchdown drive in the second quarter to give them a 10-0 lead. Mark Fletcher Jr. had a 57-yard touchdown run to open up the second half after Miami had just 61 yards in the entire first half. Indiana blocked a punt later in the third quarter and recovered it for a touchdown to extend their lead 17-7. After Miami responded to make it 17-14, Fernando Mendoza got his only touchdown in the game, a 12-yard rushing touchdown on a 4th down and 4. Indiana converted 2 4th downs on that drive. Miami responded to make it 24-21 on a 22-yard touchdown pass from Carson Beck to Malachi Toney. After Indiana made it 27-21 with a field goal, Miami had one more chance, but Carson Beck threw an interception, and Indiana won their first national championship. There's a lot of layers in this game. And here's the thing. I am a Mendoza fan. I love Fernando Mendoza. But throughout the playoff, Fernando Mendoza was not good. I don't care what anybody says. He did not show me why he should be the number 1 pick in this year's draft. Now, he will be, and I love him. And I know Jeff is not a big fan of him, and he said, Jeff told me straight out that there is not a quarterback that should be drafted at number 1 in this class. He said that to me. And maybe he's right. And now that Dante Moore has gone back to college, he will be the only quarterback drafted in the top 10 this year. The one thing that shined for Mendoza in this game was that 4th and 4. In the fourth quarter, it was a gutsy call. A gutsy call.
You see his forearm after the game?
Yes. To me,
the dude's tough as nails.
Cignetti made gutsy call after gutsy call throughout the game. He really did. And you got to give Cignetti a lot of credit because he has been the best coach in the NCAA for back-to-back years. He goes over there to Indiana in his first year and goes to a national championship undefeated on guys that were in the portal. Think about that. 5-star recruits? Not really. Mendoza wasn't even his recruit. He came from Cal. Think about that. And you watch this game, and Miami did what they were supposed to do. Bain was all over the place. Mazador was all over the place. They were doing everything that they needed to do to keep the game close. That's what they did. The secondary, Lucas was great. To me, Miami did what they needed to do. They did more in this game than Oregon and everybody else did against this Indiana Hoosier team that was just absolutely dominant throughout this playoff run, throughout the season in so many aspects. But here's the thing. Carson Beck has made enough mistakes over the years. Carson Beck was supposed to walk away from football. He was thinking about walking away from football before he decided to go to Miami. Miami took a chance with him. They snuck into this playoff. They made a lot of noise. They knocked off the Ohio State Buckeyes. They beat the national champion, last year. And to me, a lot of people's pick to win everything this year. And what made it so sensational to watch all season long was Miami getting better and better. The coach, and I pronounce his name, Cristobal, who was sensational all season long. And even at the end of the game, you got to give Cristobal a little bit more credit because he gave a shout out to Indiana. He gave a shout out to the the Indiana Hoosier fans and how they showed up in Miami as loud as they were. This was Miami. They had a home game. Think about that. Nobody expected Miami to be in this championship game, but they played in their home field. Think about it. And to go out there, the Hoosiers showing up, the fans showing up as much as they did, and the way they just caused so much havoc. You saw Carson Beck when he was at the line of scrimmage trying to hold his ears because he couldn't hear anything. Says a lot about the Indiana Hoosier fans. So, I mean, the game was fun to watch. This was a great championship game. And all you wanted to see was Miami get a chance to win. Because Miami had a chance to win this game. They did.
You got to admit, first half was a little slow.
Yeah, it was. It was boring.
It was really the first quarter. I think it got good after that.
It was boring. 10-0. You thought this was going to be a blowout after the first half. You thought that.
How big do you think that doink kicked when he hit the upright to end the first half?
It
hurt.
hurt.
The fact of them having no points on the board.
It hurt. But you can't make that excuse now because they still won by
No, I'm not saying, but at least you have points on the board going into the half.
Now, let's say if they lost 24-21.
Yeah, then
you're going to look at that kick and you're going to be like, well, if he hit that, the game could have been different. But it was just the battle of the coaches. And I got, like I said, Cignetti has had such a great season. This guy deserves a lot of credit. If the Raiders want to reach out to him, if they think they're bringing Mendoza in and they can try to pry or ply or whatever word you want to use to take him away from Indiana and Hoosier Nation to bring him to Las Vegas to coach his quarterback, that would be an absolute slam dunk. Give him whatever he wants. Cignetti did what he needed to do. This was one of the greatest runs we've ever seen a football team have. Think about this. They were undefeated to me, when the playoffs was never like this. Think about this. They won a national championship going through how many teams? Think about it. This might be one of the greatest playoff runs we will ever see in history. The way the Indiana Hoosiers played in this game. And you got to give just a lot of credit to just Mendoza. When he needed to make the play, he made the play. I mean, that play was unbelievable. I mean, to escape, to go inside and out of the pocket and get hit the way he did. And to make that spinning move to get to the end zone was amazing. His mom cheering. His mom, I don't remember what she has.
MS. Multiple sclerosis. Yeah.
Multiple sclerosis. And
she's had it since she's been 18.
Yeah.
They've raised a lot of the NIL funding, and there's another foundation that's like, I think $720,000 or something they've raised for that.
It was just, and to see his father and his mother, and even on his brother on the sidelines cheering, and it's fun to watch. And Mendoza, he's a Cuban American Christian who went out there after the game, and everybody thanks God, and I don't know if, I'm not saying that those guys don't mean it, but sincerely, this man absolutely means it. He feels it. And it's just an amazing story. Guy, there's a season that you want to have, or you want to remember as a player, to win a Heisman Trophy, to win a national championship, to do it the way they did it on an undefeated year. I think this was the ultimate, greatest season a player could ever have, Speedy.
Yeah, it's the combination of everything that works. And you talked about with the way that Mendoza behaved at the Heisman. He knew he was still that team first guy.
I was there. I saw everything.
You were mentioning how such a team first guy he was. And I think he accepted his role. We talked about it during the NFL playoffs with CJ Stroud with the Texans Patriots. I don't know if he knew how to accept his role when he had such a flashy rookie year and now all of a sudden he has to be a game managing quarterback. I think Mendoza knew he had to be a game managing quarterback because of the way this Miami pass rush was doing. Now, I think Indiana's offensive line held their own better than I thought.
Secondary was great. And for Miami too.
Yes, Miami's secondary, I think, made a lot of interesting coverage disguises. They had to do a lot of contested catches in the first half of that game and even in the third quarter. Indiana's receivers held their own and I think won some of those battles, but it wasn't enough where you were saying, all right, this guy has a lot of spacing like you saw in the Oregon game, a lot of spacing like you saw at points during the Alabama game, and they were getting all those yards for the catch. It was really the Indiana running game that was doing a lot, and the Indiana defense and the special teams with the block punt doing a lot of it. And Miami, there were points I thought they were outplaying them because Tony was getting a lot of space. They were getting yards after the catch. They were extending drives. They just stalled a lot of the time at midfield in the beginning. The missed field goal hurt Jabba. I think he's missed 4 kicks already this tournament, which hasn't helped in Miami special teams department. But there were points of it where they just had to do enough and they just never could finish drives in the red zone. And that was, I think,
what a dagger that block punt was, too.
Right.
That was a dagger.
Yep. And
I mean, think about that. If they didn't block that punt and it wasn't a touchdown, Miami wins the game.
Yeah.
Miami wins the game.
Right, because you're looking at a defensive duel in the second half, the way that turned around. But now Indiana's back up by 10. It changes a lot with Miami's playbook. Mark Fletcher was getting it going with the running game standpoint, but now you can't run the ball as much down 10. And Tony did everything he could to pretty much will his team back, but Indiana's offense was just getting too much time of possession. And I think Steve White was talking about it last week with the NFL, how much time of possession that certain teams have had in the playoffs. Indiana's time of possession, even on those drives that they didn't score, were a big difference of why Miami could never get comfortable with their offensive game plan either.
Yeah, no, I mean, for me, it was you see the first half and what Carson Beck obviously being in position, Mendoza having the year that he's had. I mean, he only had 16 yards in the first half. Carson Beck had like 86.
Right.
But I think when you put it together, we always talk about being in that experience and understanding what it takes to win. It became a tale of two halves, and that at one point they were both equal in yards in the total yards at 318. And so they were kind of in that same realm. But then I think just Mendoza's composure and just how much more elite he is as a quarterback. And I'm just going to say it, like how big his balls are. And it showed in the way he did things. And, when he carries himself in a way that people now are sometimes questioning, is he too nice? Well, I don't know if there's a thing as too nice. Obviously, you have to have a chip on your shoulder, and obviously he has that chip because he wouldn't be that, but he's also surrounded by great players and great coaches. But just the way that he constructed and how he did, like if you heard the interview after the game, like he could have checked that off to a pass, and he said it. And he literally just was like, hey, we're going to go for it. And he goes, the offensive lineman and being selfless, like there are times you have to give yourself a little bit of credit. Like obviously you didn't get to that position without your offensive line and all those guys. But like he did a little bit if you read between the lines, because he was like, yeah, I could have checked off. I could have done this. This was the option of what it was. And he goes, I looked at it and said, hell, here we go.
One of the best offensive linemen in the country on Indiana at the end of the game. If he didn't make that penalty, if he didn't step on the
if they don't get a chance. He's literally one of the best offensive linemen and gets the roughing the passer. Yeah. Number 97, I don't remember his name, but yeah, that doesn't even give them a chance to do it. But that second half made it so fun because it was literally talking to everybody. They were like, and I don't know if you guys felt this way, and people you talked to, they were like, it's either going to be a boat race or it's going to be really close. And after the first half, I didn't know what to think at that point. I was like, are they going to come out? And then obviously Miami comes out, scores quick. Then Indiana scores, and they come back with a 91-yard drive with I think it took 2 minutes and 46 seconds.
That was both teams. They were all methodical drives that they scored on besides Fletcher's big play.
Yeah, so it was after the first half, I kind of was just shaking my head, and I'm like, well, I guess we'll see what happens, who make adjustments, and then I felt the second half was going to be the way the whole game was going to be. Personally, that's the way I felt. But that second half was absolutely incredible, and it was so fun to see guys making plays all over the field, and just a really good. I didn't like what Fletcher did after the game. Think that was unwarranted and not needed, and it kind of took away from the celebration a little bit. But that's neither here nor there. But I think it lived up to the hype, and hats off to those guys and Indiana Hoosiers and Are they a basketball school or are they a football school now? That's a question.
Yeah, well, Mike Woodson's coaching there now, so we'll see if they can get their basketball program going. But before we move on, I just want to mention Carl in the comment section too. Miami outgaining Indiana needed a little more air yards for Carson Beck on that last throw, and yeah, that's always been his flaw. He's never been a big arm guy, but just needed to do a little more there.
All right, all the Giant fans couldn't wait for this segment, and I'm going to give you my take now. Adam Schefter reports that the Giants have hired John Harbaugh to be their next head coach. Schefter added that the Giants will pay John Harbaugh a 5-year, $100 million deal, tying him with Andy Reid for the largest deal in NFL history, really, as a head coach in the league. The Athletic reports that Joe Schoen will stay as the Giants general manager, but Harbaugh will have a lot of say in the offseason decisions, and both guys will have to report to the owner. Who does this sound like, ladies and gentlemen? ESPN's Jordan Rana reports that Harbaugh believed that the Giants were in a better position than the Falcons and the Titans, the only other two teams that interviewed him. ESPN reports that the Giants interviewed 8 other coaches, including Kevin Stefanski, Vance Joseph, and Mike McCarthy. Ravens offensive coordinator Todd Monken is expected to follow Harbaugh to New York as long as he doesn't get a head coaching job elsewhere. Harbaugh was hired about a week after being fired by the Ravens after an 8-9 season, which is still more wins than the Giants have had in the last 2 seasons, who have gone 7-27. Well, here's my take for all you Giant fans out there that are probably going to hate me after this. I love John Harbaugh. I think he's a great coach. But there's no way in hell he believes that the Giants have more talent and has a better roster than the Atlanta Falcons. For him to sell that to anybody tells me how stupid he really believes New York fans or Titan or Atlanta fans believe he thinks they are. I do not believe at any point whatsoever John Harbaugh had any interest to going to the Atlanta Falcons or the Titans. It was always the New York Giants or sit out for the season and wait until he sees what's out there next year. He only took this New York Giants job because the Giants were willing to pay him. Think about this. He is $100 million richer. It's guaranteed. John Gruden got a $100 million guaranteed contract, and boy, oh boy, he's singing to the league, ladies and gentlemen. He's going, because he's making himself a lot of extra money after he sued the NFL. But here's the facts, guys. The Giants don't know what they're going to be doing with Dexter Lawrence in the offseason because they have no money. They're $11 million rich to go out there for free agents. This year, they don't have a lot of draft stock. They don't have the Jets draft stock. The Atlanta Falcons lost a lot of draft stock because they made that move. But look at the talent that they have on the defensive line now.
I was going to say it's their best pass rush they've ever had.
I'm just saying. Yeah. Think about that. To go out there and think that the Giants have more talent. Why? Jackson Dart? What has Jackson Dart done so far? Please tell me. Sell it to me, Giant fans. He looked good. I like Jackson. He could be a great quarterback. Let me ask you guys a question. John Harbaugh is a great coach. We all know the greats that he coached. Ed Reed, was he his guy? Speedy, was he his guy? Nope. Suggs, was he his guy? His guy? Was Suggs his guy? Nope. How about the late great and wonderful Ray Lewis? Was he his guy? Nope. But they won a Super Bowl. Joe Flacco, was he his guy? Yes.
You say late great like Ray Lewis still ain't alive.
I'm making a joke.
Oh, I was like, man, did you not see him on the sidelines of the game?
I know. I'm being facetious. The fact here is.
Can you spell that?
Do you want me to try? I don't think you want me to embarrass myself. Here's the facts. John Harbaugh does, to me, Lamar Jackson didn't want him there, and that's why he is swimming, and he was looking for a new job. His guy that he developed didn't want him there. And if you look at the teams that he has developed over the years, have they won a Super Bowl? Besides the one that was really put together before he was there? The answer would be no. No. So who's he developed? What team and what players besides Lamar Jackson and quote unquote Joe Flacco, who is not a Hall of Famer? Tell me. The answer would be nobody. So the Giants reached. They could have hired Kevin Stefanski, Mike McCarthy, guys that I believe are a better fit as far as I'm concerned when it comes to the quarterback in Jackson Dart, if you want to develop him. And to think, and I'm not a Kevin Stefanski fan when it comes to developing quarterbacks because he couldn't do it over there with the Browns, but at least he won Coach of the Year twice. Mike McCarthy was the guy. He was the guy. He developed Aaron Rodgers. He developed Dak Prescott. Say whatever you want. You want to make jokes. He did. And maybe he doesn't interview very well because Mike McCarthy's still not hired by anybody. Todd Monken, and I got news for you guys. Lamar Jackson did not like. He did not want to be coached by Monken. So you Giant fans better hope that Jackson Dart likes Todd Monken because Lamar Jackson didn't. And I got to give him a little bit of credit. John Harbaugh is a great personality. He'll be great for the players. I don't know if he's a developmental coach, and I know let's be honest. I don't trust Joe Shane, and I don't trust John Mara. And by the fact that you're hearing that they have to go to ownership, it reminds me of Woody Johnson. Have you ever heard a GM and a coach have to go and speak to the Giants brass? Never. I've never heard this. Tom Coughlin never had to go and speak to John Mara. Never. Bill Parcells never had to do that. Think about that. What it tells me right now is they're transitioning into the teams and the organizations that have failed to do the right thing for their organization. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is guys like Woody Johnson and the New York Football Jets. So we go back and we talk about John Harbaugh and his announcement in his press conference today. John is a likable person. You got to like him. And he speaks very well about the New York Giants organization and that this was the team. And I'm gonna be as graceful and happy to be here just as much as I was with the Ravens. This is one of the top organizations in the NFL and all this lovely, great things that you heard John Harbaugh say and John Mara say about John Harbaugh at the press conference. Here's the facts. John Harbaugh has not won anything since that Super Bowl. He failed to beat the Kansas City Chiefs 3 years ago? 2 years ago? Yeah. In the AFC title game. AFC title game. When you were the better team. You were by far the better team than the Kansas City Chiefs. It was a failure. And John, you're the reason why they failed. Your defensive coach in McDonald, he goes over there to Baltimore. Your defense was one of the worst defenses in the NFL this year. Why, John? Why do you think nobody wanted you there anymore? Because guess what? Your coaches are gone. Now you're reaching. You're trying to find guys from the escape route. I'm trying to find somebody that's going to fit in as a Baltimore Ravens defensive-minded coach. But by the way, your defensive coordinator there sucked. And you suck. So, Giant fans, you can attack me on my take. You can attack me till I'm blue in the face. This was a bad hire. And the only reason why is Joe Shane's there. If Joe Shane goes, you're going to have John Harbaugh choose his GM. Well, how does that work? When have you heard your coach ever pick the GM? Speedy, could you tell me the last time you can remember a head coach pick his GM? I'm going to tell you.
I believe it's your boy, Kyle Shanahan.
Kyle Shanahan. And how many Super Bowls have they won? 0. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not striking. I'm hitting home runs. And here's the home run for you Giant fans. When you hear any of the thoughts of your coach coming out there and saying that this is a better roster than the Atlanta Falcons, only tells you what you know and we know about your head coach. He is dumb. Absolutely dumb.
Yeah, I don't know where you're seeing they have more talent than the Atlanta Falcons, maybe besides the front seven. And that's even close because Atlanta's pass rush, like we said, even though they traded up a lot to get that second first round pick, that pass rush duo for the Atlanta Falcons did very well, and their interior has been pretty good all year. And their secondary is a lot better than the Giants. And this is the same Joe Shane that spent a lot in the secondary this offseason, and it didn't amount to much of anything. Their run defense was historically bad. They were second worst in the NFL this year, even with Lawrence having injury issues.
Go ask Joe Shane who his number one pick was in his first draft. How good is he?
Yeah.
Your corner, who everybody says is the worst corner in NFL history.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's not ideal. And then he also...
That's Joe Shane, ladies and gentlemen. Combined attack with the one and only guy you call your head coach now, John Harbaugh, who is $100 million richer.
Mm-hmm. And then you also have to deal with a lot of these other guys that, while they have produced at times, are still inconsistent. You have a complete bust with Evan Neal, who doesn't even start even this season when the Giants offense.
Another Joe Shane guy.
Yep, that was his first draft.
Kevon Thibodeau, is he going to be signed? Yeah, good luck on that.
Is a mystery because you have $11 million of salary cap. You have Abdul Carter there now as a second guy on a rookie contract to go along with Burns. Like, do you pay him? Do you trust anything to pay him? At this point, he probably seems like the most reasonable trade value casualty because you gave him the fifth-year option. But again, going back to what you're inheriting Joe Shane's team with Joe Shane now trying to make more decisions to try to make this roster better. And it's just not an ideal thing. And John Harbaugh, obviously, worked under Ozzie Newsome, was one of the best GMs this era that we've seen, develop great talent with the Ravens. But like you said, the Ravens core, since I think he had to restart it after that Super Bowl, hasn't been the same as much. They had some good defensive players. Marlon Humphrey, I would say, was good. CJ Mosley, when he was there, was good. They've had some good ones, but not enough where there's enough consistency on key positions. Corner depth, edge rushers has always been a big problem for the Ravens. And receivers, especially, has been a big problem for the Ravens. Guess what's a problem for the Giants, besides Malik Neighbors, who's not 100% healthy? Wide receivers. Yeah, good luck trying to find that, Joe Shane, because you haven't done it all that time. Now you bring in John Harbaugh coming in from the Ravens disciple. Have that work, too.
And you have Neighbors coming back from a big injury.
Yeah.
You don't know what you
get out of Wandale Robinson. Come on now.
Who had finally a good year.
They're not going to be able to sign him.
That.
They're not going to be able to sign him because he's going to be asking a lot of money. He was one of the elite wide receivers in the league, in top 10 in catches. I mean, and looks, to me, he's the blanket for your guy, Jackson Dart. And now he's going to go to free agency. He's going to get a lot of money.
He'll probably go to the Chiefs and be like a Pro Bowler over there or something.
He's going to get a lot of money in the offseason, and the Giants don't have the money to pay him.
No.
So where does Jackson Dart go next year? And why does any Giant fan believe that this move is going to make them that much better?
Yeah, you can't expect anything to be an instant success by any means. Now, when I posted your article, you can check out Errol's article on John Harbaugh on the Worldwide Sports Radio Network. When I posted it on...
I love it. 20,000 fans.
Yes, on our Reddit board. There were a lot of Giants fans that were being realistic, saying, all right, 6-7 win season probably is all we're going to expect out of him. But there were others that had those expectations that it's higher. You can't expect it to be a quick fix overnight. This is a guy that is a veteran head coach. Yeah, he had a great first year with the Ravens. He went to the AFC Championship game with Flacco. But again, those types of years don't happen all the time, and you can't expect it to happen instantly in just 1 year of a turnaround.
He's no Tom Coughlin.
Right.
He's no Bill Parcells.
And I was going to say, the Giants roster is not anywhere close to where that Ravens roster was at the time. They had one bad year. Their team got a little old. Fine. The Giants team is, I guess, on the younger side, but they're not super young either with a ton of upside where you could expect it to be turning around right away in a division that's pretty tough. Eagles, Cowboys should get better this offseason with the draft stock they have. And Washington, they're not going to be as bad as they were this year. Like, they were unlucky with injuries.
Can't sell me. You can't sell me when you hear your coach come out and say that this is the best roster. This is the best team out of the teams that he was interviewing with. Maybe they're better than the Titans. You can argue
definitely
that.
better than the Titans.
You can argue that.
Saying much.
You can argue that.
We were ranking it last week. I was definitely saying Atlanta was one. Now we know the Bills are open. The Bills are probably number one now. The Ravens and the Steelers are both better, obviously. I was on the fence of even thinking that Arizona is just as good as the Giants right now. The Giants have probably more upside, but again, you can't expect a
Joke.
quick fix right now with John Harbaugh. Is it a good move? Maybe, but again, I agree with you. I would rather have McCarthy. It's a stabilizer. Maybe the Giants do need a stabilizer.
And you got guys like Fish coming out, and I love you, Fish. And I had my take on Fish. If you read the story, you'll probably laugh. And Fish didn't like some of the takes that I shot at him, probably the hip. And that's what I do, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not going to beat around the bush. I love Fish. Fish is my guy. But I'm not going to beat around the bush. I'm going to come out, and I'm going to come out strong. If you're a Giant fan and you're going to sit here and you're going to try to sell me this and you're going to try to argue with me about, oh, John Harbaugh's going to make a difference, well, then you don't know football. You don't know football. Because the fact here is John Harbaugh had the best quarterback in the NFL on his roster. Has he won anything with him? No. Will he? And was he going to win anything? No. And that's why Lamar Jackson didn't want him there anymore. Lamar said, I had enough with John. I want somebody else in there, a younger voice, a better voice, and a voice that's going to help me get over the hump, because God knows John Harbaugh wasn't. And that is a fact. And by the way, you Baltimore Raven fans out there, don't cry. Don't cry, because you still have an elite quarterback. And if there's anybody that I trust in an organization that's going to find the right guy, Ozzie Newsome is still there. He's still working with the organization. He's still there. If there's anybody that's going to choose the right guy, that's going to put them in the right position to succeed, it's Ozzie Newsome. And thank God it wasn't Robert Saleh.
Yeah, that's a bullet with that one. But before you go, Job, I just want to mention this too. Like, I'd rather have Harbaugh than a lot of these flashy rookie coaches, Kubiak or any one of those guys that would have been available. Because again, I don't think the Giants are one coach away. I don't think you can expect a transformation like you saw with Houston their rookie year, or Washington the previous year. Like, those kinds of things just don't happen overnight. So I'm fine with the culture stabilizer guy for that kind of thing. But again, to expect John Harbaugh to put them in, or any coach to really put them as an instant contender, is something that's could be questioned. Now, I'm fine with the money. I mentioned it last year with Ben Johnson. The Bears had to take a big swing for Ben Johnson, even if you have to pay him more, and look how it's turned out for them. But the Bears have a lot more talent than the Giants do too.
A lot more talent.
Yeah, and it was just being wasted by even worse coaching.
And a lot more money.
Brian Daboll.
And a lot more draft stock.
Right. I was going to say, Brian Daboll looks like a genius compared to Matt Eberflus. But nevertheless, Todd Monken, if he does go over there, hopefully we get the Tampa version of him that was a little more pass happy for Jackson Dart to develop, and not the run heavy type kind of hybrid that you saw with Lamar Jackson, because that kind of system is not going to work with Dart, or otherwise he's going to get run into the ground.
No, I wanted to switch gears a little bit, and you kind of touched on it with the Ben Johnson thing. I find it very interesting in these contracts that these coaches are getting.
Well, coaches don't count against the cap, so that's why I'm okay with the deal.
Okay, so that for me, it's like trying to understand, because obviously players, we go against players and contracts and how we see it, and obviously that doesn't go against the cap. But is there any like system that they use as far as what it is, or is it just like the next?
It's just the ownership has to pay it, but they're fine with paying it. The Raiders are still paying John Gruden. I wrote that up earlier.
Right.
Yes,
and so, but it's fascinating to me, like learning a lot from you guys, and where my brain kicks in, and I'm like, okay, well, coach wise, it's like now he's the highest paid. Like, is there ramifications from other sides? Because we've obviously seen with Sean Payton, and people can trade for Tomlin because they still have his rights for another year. And we've seen obviously Sean Payton when he went to the Broncos with draft picks and stuff like that. Do they release the description of their contract, or is it just terms?
They don't have to. Again, they're under the difference with that is they're under the team control with the Saints. The Saints got a first round pick. They drafted Brian Brees. He was a good defensive tackle with that pick. In this case, in the case with the Raiders, it was a whole, because it was a resignation. It was a whole buyout thing, and I would imagine it's the same kind of thing if it doesn't work out with the Giants.
And Mike Tomlin got himself a lot of money from wherever he's going to be working. I think he's working for Fox now. He could sit out for a couple of years if he wants. I don't think he will. He'll stay out for a year and then decide, hey, you know what? I could come back, or I could coach this team, or some team will go out there and offer him a significant portion of money. So I don't believe in any part of what I have seen over the last couple of years when it comes to coaches that have sit out, like a Rex Ryan who never came back. Right. I cannot see Mike Tomlin sitting out long enough like his predecessor and Coward, who decided, I don't need to go back. Tomlin loves the game too much. And Tomlin, remember, he got the job when he was 34 years old. He's still fairly young. He's 52 years old?
Yeah.
He's still very young. He's, as a head coach, he's got a lot of years left if he wants another job. I just don't believe there's any jobs that interest him going into this offseason. So he's going to take the money as a broadcaster and spend time with his family. And next year, if a team is out there that has a tremendous amount of talent and draft stock, I'm mentioning one, if Aaron Glenn fails, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets a phone call from Woody Johnson. It's typical because and Miami is another team that likes to hire coaches and fire them just as quick. So, I mean, what's interesting to me is Mike McDaniel. It's still out there.
Apparently the Browns want him badly, and then there's other teams now, obviously with the Bills, we'll get to them in a bit. I think the Bills are going to try, but they have a weird rule where they have a delay where they can't interview these coaches. It's strange, but the Browns were the team that was
And
very
Sean
interested.
McDermott is a quality head coach. I mean, he's done a great job over there in Buffalo. He's the one that developed Josh Allen. I don't think people give him enough credit for the Josh Allen development. He was there from the beginning.
Right.
And he was there. And you got to give him credit for that. So Sean McDermott might not get a job this year, or if somebody wants to reach this year, and if Sean wants to get another job, I think Sean should sit out this year.
Yeah.
Take a break and then take another job. Sean McDermott is going to be a hot commodity next year.
I just want to point out, because shout out to Nathan, you mentioned it in the chat too as well, but you mentioned Mike McDaniel. Mike McDaniel actually just got picked up by the Chargers as their new offensive coordinator.
Wow, really?
Yes. So he is now
Nice
with
move.
the Chargers on Jim Harbaugh's coaching staff.
And I'm going to tell you why he did that, ladies and gentlemen. And the reason why he did that is because Mike McDaniel knows that playing with Justin Herbert next year and with the offensive linemen they're getting back next year, could you imagine what that offense is going to be, the way they can run the ball when they get their offensive firepower, their running backs back? I not only are they going to be dynamic, it's going to give Mike McDaniel another chance to be a head coach in this league. He, to me, and I'll say this, he's my favorite coach.
Oh, yeah.
He's my favorite. And if there's any coach out there, Mike Tomlin or any of these guys, I'm taking Mike McDaniel. If the New York Jets are listening to me today, and they might be or they might not, if Aaron Glenn ever gets fired, and I don't want him to get fired, but if he ever gets fired, if the fans push out Aaron Glenn, that's the guy I want. I want an offensive-minded coach. He's weird. He has a weird way of speaking because he doesn't speak right, but his drawing up plays, his understanding of the speed of the game, and the way he finds players in the draft and really looking for the players that fit his offense, he is the guy that I would bring there. You need an offensive-minded coach, he's the best one. That's the guy.
You're not worried about the trend of draft of picking
Not-
up weird
not at all.
my ex-Miami coaches
No.
with Adam Gase.
No, not at all.
Googly eyes.
No, because Adam Gase is not Mike McDaniel. I think what Mike McDaniel brings to the table is an understanding on how to understand the speed of the game and use the players to work in his system. I don't think Adam Gase understood what kind of system he wanted to run. I think Mike McDaniel is the system trender. And that's why I think he's the best hope for a lot of teams. And they got in and go to the Browns because he would have failed there. I think sitting out a year and try not to copy Robert Saleh. I mean, we'll get into that a little bit later, but this guy is, to me, a slam dunk, whoever hires him next. He had a winning record when he left Miami. Miami fired him with no quarterback. Think about that. He had no quarterback there. He took over for a coach that should have never been fired. Think about that. And people were questioning them, bringing Mike McDaniel in. To me, he did everything you wanted a coach to do. He 2 times in the playoffs with a backup quarterback 1 year, a third-string quarterback, and almost won that game. I mean, it's an amazing feat when you think about a young guy who has a tremendous ability of understanding the game and understanding the new style of game that teams and quarterbacks have to learn how to play. So that's the guy, man. That is the guy. That's the slam dunk, baby. Jabba is, in and out tonight. He's, jiggling and wiggling, as we all know. We're waiting for the old Petester, as we all know, ladies and
Just
gentlemen.
texted him to come in.
And he's coming in, but my golf clap is right around the corner.
This deserves a golf clap.
No doubt. Golf clap. Golf clap.
And my golf clap of the day goes to the MLB. Finally, the writers get it right. And ladies and gentlemen, Carlos Beltran and Andrew Jones is now going to the Hall of Fame. And I think very well worth it. I think about it. Andrew Jones, who's one of the greatest defensive center fielders we've ever seen from the Atlanta Braves. I think he doesn't get enough credit on his defense. And yeah, maybe he did steroids. Maybe at a time that he did steroids because he had a couple of seasons where he hit over 40 home runs and one time 50 home runs. Maybe he did steroids, but it was never been proven. But guess what? There are a lot of guys that are in the Hall of Fame that I believe did steroids. Jeff Bagwell, you're going to tell me he never did steroids? How about Mike Piazza? We've heard many, many times he had pimples all over his back. I know that doesn't mean steroids, but hey, that's the sign of it. I mean, there are a lot of guys. David Ortiz, who was on the list. There are guys that are in the Hall of Fame. Carlos Beltran, he did some nasty things as a manager. There's no question that he did. He was a part of that Astro scandal, and he was a part of that, and that's why he didn't get the Mets job. And that's the facts. And I still think he should get a coaching job or a manager job one way or another. The guy's a great baseball mind. This guy was one of the greatest playoff players we've ever seen. When he went to the Astros, from jumping from one team to another, when he left Kansas City, what he did in Kansas City when they went to the playoffs, then what he did with the Astros, then what he did with the Mets. I mean, this guy was an all-around beast, great defender, great offensive player, very well deserved. And Andrew Jones did just as much he's just as much of a talent as Carlos Beltran is for what he did on the baseball field, when it came to power, when it came to hitting, when it came to defense, everything. Very well deserved. And the writers got it right. They finally got it right. These guys belong in the Hall of Fame. These guys are two of the greats of this era and very well deserved. So my golf clap goes to the writers. Finally, I'm going to give them a golf clap on sending Carlos Beltran and Andrew Jones to the Baseball Hall of Fame. Cooperstown. Golf clap. Golf clap. All right, ladies and gentlemen, when we come back, we're going to have him pop in. And boy, oh boy, he's going to have a lot of popping because Minnesota didn't do much popping for them or him throughout the season. When we come back, a lot to get into on J.J. McCarthy and this organization moving forward. Or I almost said funny because there's a lot of jokes he's going to be making on the New York Jets. I'm going to be making on his Minnesota Vikings. When we come back, we will be talking to our friend, former Vikings linebacker and current Vikings radio broadcaster, the one, the only Pete Bursick. But first, our Sports Minute with the Speedster.
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All righty, welcome to the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute. Again, I'm subbing in for Fish tonight for doing all his roles, essentially. Fish traveling back. Happy birthday to him. We'll start in college football. Duke has sued quarterback Darian Mensah for entering the transfer portal. A judge denied him of a temporary restraining order that would have prevented him from entering. Mensah told head coach Manny Diaz he would be transferring the last day of the portal on Friday. ESPN's Mark Schlabach mentions how Mensah's NIL deal requires all disputes to be filed by an arbitration system and a document submitted Monday. So to resolution, that claim actually happened. He was originally going to Miami, which is also involved in a lawsuit with Wisconsin DB Xavier Lucas last year. So former Tulane star and Duke, who had a very good year. Where will he end up in 2026 if he ends up transferring? We will find out. Some college basketball news. Air Force men's basketball coach Joe School has been suspended indefinitely for mistreating several players. Reports say the abuse was not physical, but a lot of harmful and a lot of special treatment being done with a lot of the guys that were more experienced cadets over others. The coach, 97 and 183 in 2 stints of coaching Air Force over the last 10 years, but not looking like he's going to keep his job at this point. And finally, in the NBA, sad news for one of Errol's favorite players, Jimmy Butler. He has suffered a torn ACL and non-contact injury in the Warriors. Lost to Butler's former team, the Miami Heat, on Monday night. Butler got tangled up in the third quarter with Davion Mitchell while driving to the paint for a layup, or for a contested pass, my bad. And now he is done for the year. Butler, 36 years old, almost with 1 year left on his contract, with about $57 million on that. The Warriors are currently number 8 in the West at 25 and 19, 3 games ahead of the Suns and 6.5 up on the Grizzlies for that last playoff spot. We'll stay in the NBA with the scores. The Suns about to beat the 76ers by a final of 116 to 107. The Bulls leading the Clippers in Chicago 78 to 69. The Spurs ahead of the Rockets 68 to 55. And the Timberwolves ahead of the Jazz right now, 34 26. And in the NHL, the Wild and Canadians tied 3-3, 4:22 to go in the third. The Lightning ahead of the Sharks 4-1 just at the end of the third. And the Center is about to beat the Blue Jackets as well, 4-1. The just started the third period. The Stars shutting out the Bruins 4-0. The Sabres ahead of the Predators towards the end of the second period. And the Jets, the struggling Winnipeg Jets, 5:06 to go ahead of the Blues 2-0. You can check out Jabba in the Mouth on all our social media platforms, streaming live on Errol's Twitter at ErrolMarks34, on Facebook at the Worldwide Sports Radio Network, and all our Jabba in the Mouth platforms, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok, streaming live. You can check us out on our podcast network as well, on Spotify audio and Spotify video, going to Jabba and the Mouth, and checking out all our social medias with all our great clips and content at Jabba and the Mouth and WWSRN_radio. And Errol's Instagram as well at RolloTheMouth34 on Instagram. Now we'll be sending it back to Errol, Jabba, and myself for our very special guest, a guy we've had on the show, I believe now 7 times, Mr. Pete Bursick, here on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
We're back. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
Another toe job.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth. My name is Errol Marks. My co-host, Mr. Flamethrower himself, Jabba Chamberlain, Speedy Petey. Executive producer, Mr. Aaron Fishman, is hanging out in L.A., about to get on a plane. On the board, Mr. Tommy Poops. In the back room, Mr. Niff himself, our PR manager. He likes to play with himself, as Jabba always says.
I had to take a shit.
As he always does. Remember, you can listen to our show every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. And our show is brought to you by Omaha Steaks, and they're giving you 10% off on all your orders if you're a Jabba in the Mouth fan. Just click the omahasteaks.com/Jabba in the Mouth link, or go to our website at worldwidesportsradio.com and click the Omaha Steaks logo. If you like your steaks juicy, if you like your steaks thick, if you like your steaks long, you can get your Omaha Steaks 10% off only on Jabba and the Mouth links. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, wonder of us all is in the file now. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now speaking to former Vikings linebacker and current Vikings radio broadcaster, our friend, the one, the only, Pete Bursick. Petey, what's up, my friend?
Not much. How are you guys?
Well,
you're worldwide now. That's pretty impressive.
Thank you, man. And we're a top 200 show. We've been a top 200 show for the last couple of months in the country on Spotify and Apple. We're rocking it. And we were at 117 during, I think, the early December time. So we were almost in the top 100. We're not on a major network yet. So we're getting there.
Yeah.
And we're boxing our way through, my friend. How are you?
Good. That's it. All the work, man. At least it pays off a little bit, right? I mean, you sit there and do this. I mean, what do you do this every night? 5 nights a week? 7 nights a week?
No,
10 nights a week?
We do it Mondays and Thursdays. If I did it 5 nights a week, I wouldn't have a voice, my friend. I wouldn't have a voice.
He's trying to start singing like you tried to do in the intro, Pete.
I'd be lost. I'd be fed to the crocodiles. Okay.
At least you have a nice comfy couch now.
I do.
Is that inflatable, or is that, what is that?
Does it look like it's inflatable, my friend? Come on. Look, I'm pressing on it. It's not inflating. It's got some cushion. Cushion.
Speaking of things that you're sitting on or whatever, Pete, but is that an air hockey table, or what is that behind you?
Yeah, right now it's an air hockey table. You can flip over and it has a pool table. But then we have the ping pong table board that we can put on top of it. And that's ping pong's more my jam. I mean, air hockey's fine, but ping pong is kind of my thing.
All right.
Only 3-star balls at your house, right?
Yeah, I'm not good enough for all that, but I've heard.
I'm a
I've
good
heard
ping
that
pong.
before,
I'm a
and
good ping pong player.
I don't know. I'm not that good yet.
Well, Pete,
Someday.
are you willing to go out on a limb and play me in ping pong whenever we meet for the first time?
Yeah, with biceps like that and doing push-ups during commercial break, you want to be able to hold the paddle.
I don't do that, buddy. I don't do that. When I do go to the gym, I do 3,000 push-ups every single week. The Herschel Walker workout, I do a lot of it. I've taken in 12,000 push-ups every single month. I do certain calisthenics workouts when I go to the gym.
Good.
So there's a lot of things that I do, and it keeps me young, and I try to stay as young as I possibly can. Like you. You look good, man. You are a great football player.
If I was doing 3,000 push-ups a week, my elbows and my shoulders would be done. That's the hardest part. I mean, when you get to a certain age, you just don't wake up and feel good anymore, right? And then as you get a little bit older, you actually have to work out and feel like crap in order to feel good the next day. It's a zero-sum game in that regard, and it doesn't get any better.
You're not
so enjoy it now while you can.
You're not that much older than me, buddy. I mean,
Well,
I'm 40.
There are a lot of miles on the chassis, though.
That's true. You did
gotta
play
say that,
professional
so
football.
it
You
wasn't,
did beat up your body. Yeah.
Yeah, wasn't 4 years of Lou Holtz and all that. It doesn't. Yeah, it'll shorten the lifespan.
No
It
question.
has a tendency to do so.
Speaking of lifespans, JJ McCarthy. I mean,
Yes.
Here's the facts here. I mean, Sam Darnold did wonders for you guys last year. You guys decided to part ways with Sam. He goes to Seattle. Now he's one game away from being in a Super Bowl and winning a Super Bowl. We all know this because I'm a Jet fan. We drafted him. He goes over there, developed over there with O'Connell, and now he goes over to Seattle, and Seattle's enjoying the riches of Sam Darnold. What are your thoughts of JJ McCarthy in his first full season as the starting quarterback?
I mean, he improved. He got better as the season went on. The problem, I think the main challenge right now is just consistency. Consistency, number one, and just your ability to stay on the field. Because he's been around for 2 seasons, right? So that's 35 games because we had a playoff game. I believe he's missed 17 or 18 of those games, at least. In fact, it's probably more than that. It's way more than that. Now, I think
you're looking at 18 plus probably 5.
Yeah, it's something around 10. I think he's played in 2 years. It's just so the injury bug's a big deal. And I say this, and it's more, you see it more now than you have ever. It's just, you got to stay healthy. If you want to continue to take your game to the next level, especially if you're a defensive back, you're a quarterback, you've got to stay healthy. Why? Because you're going to have a game plan that the coach wants you to execute to your skill set. You go out and execute it, and then defenses are going to figure out a way to stop it. And then you sit down with your coach and you figure out, okay, they're doing this, so we're going to do this. And then it's just that cat and mouse game, right, that you play. And you have to be around week in and week out in order to benefit from that experience, right? You're not going to take it to the next level, or it's going to be much more difficult to take to the next level if you're just not in. You're in and you're out. And I mean, the injuries are very frustrating. It's a concussion, it's the ankle, it's the hand. I mean, they're all different. It's not like it's the same, body part that's failing. It's just constant. And then he plays against Green Bay, and then he runs the ball out of bounds. He lowers his shoulder and tries to run over a defensive back on his way out of bounds. And it's like, have you not learned anything yet? This is the NFL. These are men. You're going to get hit and you're going to get hurt again. And you can't afford that. So I think from that aspect of it, that's the most frustrating part. We just never really got to see him put together 4, 5, 6 games. There's always something nagging. There's always, every Tuesday you're sitting there going, oh my God, what's it going to be this week? And it's going to slow his progress as he's already 2 years into it, right? He's only 22. I actually just had a birthday, so he might be 23 He just turned 23. So that part of it is frustrating. A lot of interceptions this year. 6 of his, I think he had 10 or 12 by the end of the season. I don't know off the top of my head. I'll have to double check that. They were targeting Justin Jefferson, and just that, you have Justin Jefferson whose cap number is going to be close to 50 million this year. They may restructure him. So you have that piece. You got to find a way to get the football to him. And, that relationship, I don't think really blossomed at all, even more toward the end of the season, as, Justin Jefferson, I believe in week 5 against Cleveland, was his last 100-yard performance.
Yep.
So, you scratch your head and you go, okay, so Justin Jefferson had a touchdown against Detroit. I believe that was week 6 or 7 or somewhere in there, right around the middle.
Have to spoil them out of the playoffs.
Well, no, this is the first time we played him. Yeah. When we kind of surprised everybody, but that was his last touchdown. He scored one on opening night, fourth quarter, to beat the Bears, and then scored one against Detroit, and that was it. So, again, you can't. There's a lot there that needs to be developed. He's made some great throws. He's shown some accuracy. Done some good things from getting out of the pocket. He's athletic, not as athletic as your guy. I think Dart is more athletic. Well, no,
he's not
I'm sorry. He's with the Giants.
I don't know why you're laughing.
That's true. With all the interceptions you guys piled up this year. Anyway, I digress. But yeah, you look at Darnold. I mean, Darnold was cut before we ever signed him, because you drafted J.J. McCarthy, number 10. You traded up to get him round 1 a year before. And so that decision was already made. So it's not as if the Vikings didn't want to keep Darnold. They offered him a contract. It's just that Darnold said, no, I need to be the man and the starter. And Seattle said, okay, here's a ton of money. Let's go. So yeah, it's tough. It's the first time in the history of the NFL that a quarterback won 14 games with a team and didn't return with said team. And now he's a game away from going to the Super Bowl. So, I mean, that's it's tough to see. It makes you wonder, but when you draft a quarterback in the first round.
All right, there you go. Here he goes.
That's
Here
the
he
commitment.
goes. There he goes, ladies and gentlemen. I was waiting for him to bring up the New York Jets, but that's coming, ladies and gentlemen.
Pete, I will
That's
say,
coming.
I was surprised Jackson Dart was worked into
That's
the Jets
coming.
jab.
Yes.
You came with a new bag of tricks with
That's
this.
coming, ladies and gentlemen.
So just continue on with the passing game, the Vikings offense. I think a lot of other circumstances obviously happening. Obviously Addison with a suspension, then he was kind of up and down with that. The offensive line injuries. I was actually at the Vikings-Giants game right before Christmas, and I think one of the Vikings interior offensive linemen got hurt in that game, and Hawkinson, same kind of thing. Do you think McCarthy didn't trust a lot of those guys and was one read to Jefferson a lot of the time, or do you think it's a lot of with the offensive coaching? So,
yeah, I think they tried to. The offense has changed quite a bit from this year to last year. We last year with Darnold, a very vertical team, and Darnold can make those throws. A lot of deep over routes, double moves, things like that. A lot of pure progression type reads, where you don't necessarily know where you're going to go with the ball pre-snap. You read as you go, which takes a little bit longer. And yeah, it didn't quite work out very well early on. And I think we saw the offense change a little bit along the way, and they simplified it, cut the field in half for him, made some good throws. But it's not the style of offense I think that Justin Jefferson is best suited for. We'll see. Well, they'll get there, I would assume, but right now we'll see. It's a little disappointing on that end. Turnovers killed us, penalties killed us early. I mean, we were last in the league in sack rate, which Chris Cooper, our offensive line coach, was let go. So they're going to try to make some changes there. So we're still. Yeah, Ryan Kelly's the center. He's the guy that you're talking about. He just got back from a concussion and just got another one. So he might be done. His career might be over with, I think he had 3 of them this year. So 2 for sure. So, yeah, we got a lot of rebuilding to do.
We are talking to former Vikings linebacker and current Vikings radio broadcaster Pete Bersick. He's been on our show quite a few times and very likable person. We love him, and we've gone back and forth. We still haven't met. We still haven't gone to a game where
and I got a ping pong duel
hasn't
scheduled.
put me
And that's
on a
too bad because I was in New York. We we came out there Thursday before the Giants game.
Oh,
so
I was at that game. I was at that game. It was a
I don't know. I totally forgot.
You forgot about us. We're not a forgetful bunch of guys, but you're forgetting about us. I'm a little upset. Little upset there. But
or are you like the rest of the New York teams and you work out of New Jersey?
Well, there's a lot to get into. I mean, my take on John Harbaugh was pretty much the Giants don't have anything. And for him to come out and say that the Atlanta Falcons are not the better team is a ridiculous take. It just tells me that he's going for the money, and that's the facts. And I like Jackson Dart, but we don't know what Jackson Dart is. The guy doesn't obviously throw the ball. He slides. He doesn't slide very much. He puts himself in harm's way. When is it going to take? We saw Scatterboo. We've heard that. We've seen the stuff. And I said that about Scatterboo. Watch. He's going to have a bad injury this year. He's going to go down. He's not going to be the same person as same player. And what happens? He goes down. He has a horrible injury. And Cam Scatterboo might not be the same person. You play that way, it's going to eventually haunt you. And I think John Harbaugh is an interesting selection. I think the Giants think that they won something, but they still got Joe Shane there. And now they're becoming the Jets now, because now they got to answer to ownership. When have you heard a coach and a GM go and have to talk to ownership before they make a move? The New York Jets. It's typical. So how does this work? It doesn't work. So it tells me the Giants are putting themselves in a really bad position. And by the way, and I said this, and I'll say it again, and you can say this, and Pete, you might like John, and I don't hate John. What has he won besides taking over for Ray? Remember, he took Ray Lewis, he took Ed Reed, he took Suggs. These weren't his guys. He took those guys on a roster that was pretty much made for him to win, and he won with that roster. Since then, his development of Lamar Jackson is, guess what? Lamar Jackson didn't want him there. Lamar was the reason why he didn't go back. So that tells me one thing. It tells me that he lost his team. He lost his one player, the player that he believed was on his side. So what it tells me is John Harbaugh is going to be there. He signed a 5-year deal. He won't be there more than 3 or 4 years. He will fail over there with the Giants, and then he'll ride off into the sunset like all the other coaches and GMs. As I wrote my story, they've had 4 coaches and 3 GMs in 10 years. Failure.
Yeah, it's he's got a chance though. I mean, we'll see. I mean, it's crazy this year, the decisions that have been made, like in Buffalo. What ultimately went down there, and you're right too. We don't know all the stories. I mean, if it came down to the quarterback or the head coach, and something had to give, sometimes it's a lot easier to get rid of a head coach than it is a quarterback that you.
Apparently, he was critical of the Bills roster or something like before the playoffs.
And it's funny. Yeah. I'm sorry to cut you off, and the reason why I'm flipping it is if you look at what's going on with Buffalo. And you look at what's going on with the Giants. I know a lot of Jet fans are saying Aaron Glenn this and Aaron Glenn that, but Dan Campbell, his first year, only had 3 wins. And this was not Aaron Glenn's team. And look at the draft stock the Jets have right now moving forward. And they can move down in the first round at second, because there isn't going to be a quarterback available now that Dante Moore is going back into either he's going to the portal, he's going back to Oregon. So the Jets are in the driver's seat once again to really put themselves in a great position. And they have a lot of money. They have 3rd most money in the offseason to add players. So the driver's seat is, I don't care what John Harbaugh said. And I heard there was a story that came out that the Jets reached out to him and he didn't want to even have a conversation with the Jets. Well, guess what, John? Let's see how you work with $11 million. Let's see what you work with the least amount of draft stock that you have in the next 2 years. And we'll see how that all works with you and this organization, which you got to go to John Mara to make decisions. Wonderful. I can't wait. This isn't Ozzie Newsome. This is John Mara, who decided or didn't speak up for Saquon Barkley. And what did he do? He almost broke Eric Dickerson's record. And by the way, Saquon Barkley won a Super Bowl last year. Kiss my ass, Johnny. Sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm speechless. I don't know what to say after that one. Holy.
I'm sorry, Pete. I'm just.
No, you don't apologize.
I'm trying to.
You wear it on your sleeve, man. It's a good thing.
I'm trying to be an influencer here. And I if anybody who listens to this show knows that I'm out of my mind, I speak the truth. And I'm a personality. And I'm not going to sit here and beat around the bush. If you're going to sell me, I wrote a book. I wrote a book. I wrote a story that drew 20,000 fans to attack me on social media. Now, I've been writing a lot and terrorizing the Reddit area of the world. And my story
that's a rough crowd.
I love it, dude.
Pete, if you want to respond to all his articles, where they're on the Worldwide Sports Radio website,
Pete, I gotta send. We gotta swap numbers. I gotta send you some of the stories that I write. I think you would enjoy it. You'll laugh your ass off.
Yeah, that'd be good.
I will, and I'll have Speedy get your number. But I have been a person of personality over the years, and I've always come out and I've told you from the gun how I feel about something. And I'm not going to beat around the bush. And if there's any bush that I'm beating around, it's the bush that Speedy needs to cut. So, but my thought here is, if you look at all three New York teams, if you're in a driver's seat right now, Josh Allen is by far the best quarterback, and the Jets don't have a quarterback, and the Giants think they have a quarterback. Besides that, the team that's in the driver's seat right now, as much as you don't want to believe it, is the New York Jets. And for John Harbaugh to come out and say, well, I don't even want to talk to them, they're not worth my time, tells me that John Harbaugh is doing one thing and one thing only, not doing himself, a service on understanding what's out there and the possibilities of taking a team that's failed for 50 years or 60 years on not winning a Super Bowl and bringing them to the winning ways that they want to be. That's the way you go. You don't go to a team, I'm going to go and jump and be a Mara bitch, because that's what he is. He's a Mara bitch. So that's what he is. He took the money. He's a bitch. And that's the way I look at it. And until he proves me otherwise, the fact that he has say, what say do you have? You have $11 million. You are going to have to move Dexter Lawrence. He is your best defensive lineman who wasn't healthy this year. And you're going to move your best defensive lineman because you can't afford him. And that tells me an incompetent GM. And he's still there running the show and telling you what he is doing. And you're going to have say on it. Good friggin' luck. That's all I'm going to say. Good luck.
Yeah. And I think if that is the case, then there will be clues because, coaches will never come out and say what exactly is going on. But I think Harbaugh would make it clear that he's not making personnel decisions. If, keep an eye out for any comments along those lines where, I don't do personnel or it's, I don't make those final decisions. Those are the little nuggets that's how you read between the lines with coach speak because they're good at it. They're good at, and I think the other thing too might be just what are your thoughts on just the divisions that the Giants are more likely to succeed right in the NFC East than maybe a team is now with the emergence of New England?
Here's what I'm going to tell you. The Giants have to still deal with the Eagles, and I'm sorry, the Eagles have a way built, more talented machine over there. They still got to deal with the Cowboys. The Cowboys are missing a corner and a defensive lineman to be an elite team. Okay, elite.
Maybe a little more than that.
I don't really think so. I think they're real. Maybe another corner. They bring George Pickens. They have the money. They have all the ability in the world to be a contender next year. Washington, they got to prove themselves. They got to stay healthy. The Giants are in a harder division than the Jets. I don't trust the Patriots. They had the third easiest schedule in NFL history.
That is true.
Easiest schedule in NFL history. And let me ask you a question. As good as Drake May was, and everybody says an MVP candidate, which is Matthew Stafford, no question. Drake May, tell me How many over 500 teams did he beat this year?
Don't know. Didn't follow the Patriots this year.
Exactly.
Not many.
He won 10 games. They won 10 games in a row and beat nobody. They beat nothing. And by
That'll
the way,
change next year. That's for sure.
Yeah, definitely will. Let's ask you how good did he look this past week?
You know, I didn't watch much of that game.
Oh, you're better off not.
Just I can't dedicate 2 entire days to it. So I watched a little bit of it. It's just turnovers were
listen.
I mean, that's that Texans offensive line was getting pushed around. They couldn't run. It's like you're thinking to yourself, just run the ball because it's better than turning it over. And they just couldn't even run the ball because their offensive line was getting destroyed. So yeah, the Texans they looked rough.
I'd rather take a dump than watch the Texans and the Patriots play football game. Honestly, it massive dump. Because I was in Montreal watching this game, and me and my girlfriend were sitting there and we say, "What are we watching?"
How are you doing in Montreal?
Well, we took a ride. We take a vacation. We love Canada, so we fly or drive.
You ever been to Whistler?
I've been to Whistler. Yeah.
Vancouver, Whistler.
Yeah.
I
was at the NHL draft over there in Vancouver. It's beautiful.
Okay.
It's
went
beautiful.
up there before we played the Seahawks this year, right? Thanksgiving time. It's just beautiful. Love Canada. It's been to Banff for me. I used to go to Calgary every summer, and so I'm with you on that.
Love it. And we went to Montreal, but it was snowing. It was disgusting out. We did sightsee, and she never got a chance to see it. I used to go there as a hockey player, so I love Canada, and I don't know if I would ever live there because the food is just absolutely putrid. It's horrible, but the courtesy, the politeness of people there are so much better there than they are here.
That and they get a picture. I guess it's the king now, but they used to have a picture of the queen in all the hockey rinks.
Yes, they have. Right? They have pictures of all different people on their money too. Their money's easy to rip, very nice to look at, but our money is definitely worth more money. So I'd rather play here in New York or in the States than play out there in Canada and have to deal with that. But my question and my thought here with you is, you mentioned the New York teams, and there are 4 teams still in the playoffs, and there are the Rams in Seattle, the Patriots, and I called him Shitstom because Stidham is the starting quarterback of the Broncos going into the AFC title game. And this, when you talk about the NFL and rigging opportunities, this is the beautiful and most polite way of saying, hey, Seattle or the Rams or the Patriots, both teams played the Patriots in less than 10 years. And what a coinkydink that would fall together for the old crafter who likes to go to massage parlors too. So, I mean, this would be perfect for him. He could go to San Francisco and go to whatever massage parlor he wants.
You mean the game's in San Jose. It's not really in San Francisco.
Well, yeah, I guess you're right. I mean, whatever you want to put it, whatever you want to slice it and dice it.
You think they're going to be flipping coins to see who gets to work out at the San Francisco facility?
Oh, well.
Probably
with all the with the substation
radiation poisoning,
all that stuff. It's like
we're going there. Thank you. We're heading there for the old Super Bowl, and we're gonna have to deal with that ourselves. So
all right. Well, you may want to get a pint or two of blood taken out before you go out there.
Oh, thank you.
Keep
Thank you for making me feel very good about myself and heading out to San Francisco, where the dust is glooming and the vampires might be.
Oh, you're going to the Super Bowl?
We probably are. We're going to do Radio Row again. I'm not going.
Probably.
Yeah, we're
kind of late to make that decision, isn't it?
We're waiting for verifications because verifications don't come out until like 2 weeks before the Super Bowl.
I got you.
Which is absolutely pathetic. The NFL needs to stop doing this because I'm not going unless we're doing Radio Row. And last year, I'm not doing what we did last year. I didn't like the way. Here's the thing with the NFL. And I don't disrespect anything that they've done building a product as good as it is. What I hate about the NFL is you put people at Radio Row that don't belong there. You have college kids that don't belong there. They're eating, they're doing, and then they're sitting at this table. They're not even doing anything. They're not interviewing. They're not doing anything. Nobody cares what they have to say. And we are a top 200 show in the country. We are better than half the show. We're better than every single show at Radio Row. And we're just so you know, Pete, when we were at Radio Row, the last day that we were jumping table to table just to get our interviews, everybody wanted to be interviewed by us. Everybody came to our table. There were people from other tables wanting to watch the interviews that we were giving because we were so outlandishly crazy. We didn't even, they were amazed how I would get out questions, not knowing who I was interviewing. You know how they come up to you and they say, well, you're interviewing this guy at this time, so you have to get your it was like right off the ball.
You know what? Just skip it and go to the combine. I'll be at the combine. The combine Radio Row is fantastic. You got plenty of room. You can stretch out. You got all the,
let's go.
All the guys on the other side of the curtain. You can go over there, interview players. Yeah, I think you should look into that.
Pete, no, let's do it together. Man.
I'll be there.
Let's do it. Let's work.
Good deal. It's a good bit.
Let's do it. If you're going to be there,
no college kids eating chips. None of that. You don't have to deal with any of that stuff.
No Chips Ahoy or any of that stuff. I like those. No. Kids, by the way, I like to dip them in a nice cup of milk, if you know what I mean. A little slice, little dice, and pop it in the mouth, as Speedy loves to do himself. Right, Speedy?
Yes, I do like cookies, but I prefer other types of cookies over that.
And other sausages.
Other sausages. I would just say,
Speedy, I would caution you to agreeing with anything that guy says.
Believe me, I'm aware of that. I'm not falling for any of his vague terms, as he likes to put it. I've fallen for enough of his traps.
Well, I throw a leash, like Nathan would say, and I'm hoping that it connects. Hopefully not to the wrong people, so I get arrested.
Right.
You don't know Nathan, but Nathan likes to tie leashes to women. I don't know. He likes to put them on a leash. Here, I got to take for it.
I'm putting you on a leash now. Breaking news. A lot of hot ladies. Breaking news. I got to go back off now. Breaking news. Do you want to jerk me off?
The soundboard is a lot more well put together since the last time you were on the show.
Breaking news. Yeah. Smell my ass. Breaking
Top
news.
100 show, huh? All right.
Well, we were out. We're a little late now. It's over 10 o'clock, so the kiddies are out to bed.
I get it.
I like to have a little fun. We like to enjoy our guests, and we like to let our guests understand that we're not like every other show. We throw curveballs and we make sure that it sticks. And hopefully it's not a dartboard. And if it is, it's going to be bullseye. But speaking of bullseyes, I know I didn't give Speedy a chance to ask you a question, but here's a good question for you. Mike McDaniel, the announcement, he is heading to the Chargers. What do you think that does for the Chargers in a new season with a healthy Slater, a healthy Alt, a healthy Johnson, Mekhi Becton, and Justin Herbert and Jim Harbaugh, with Mike McDaniel calling the plays?
I think that'll be good for him. Very good for him. Herbert's impressive. I think what's most impressive, at least until he gets to the playoffs, is just how he doesn't turn the ball over very much. Same thing I think Caleb Williams throughout the year did a very, very good job of. And you're going to get a lot more creativity, a lot more energy with that offense now. And so that, everyone, it's like back when a year or two ago, everyone was saying the Chargers are just going to be running the football. That's Harbaugh's way. Well, now you have a number of different things that you're going to do. And for Daniels, I think it'll be refreshing for him. I think just to be a coordinator instead of having to take care of everything. His paycheck's obviously going to be smaller. Well, it depends on if he had any time left on his contract, he'll still get paid. But he'll be responsible for a lot less. So I think that's a good move for the Chargers. I really do. I think that's going to help open up that offense quite a bit.
So two coaches you're familiar with. Brian Flores, obviously the current defensive coordinator with the Vikings, and then Kevin Stefanski, who used to be with the Vikings before he got the Browns job, and now back with Kirk Cousins in Atlanta. What are your thoughts to first Kirk Cousins in Atlanta, that fit, and Stefanski with that fit, because he'll have to play a lot of the year, and then Brian Flores, does he get a head coaching job, and where do you like him there?
It'll be interesting to see what happens, with Stefanski down in Atlanta. I know Baker Mayfield's already taken a few shots at him. That division needs some spicing up, right? The Falcons Buccaneers game needs some spicing up. So Mayfield decided, all right, I'm going to take a few shots at coach, and we're gonna see if we can get us slotted for the first Monday night game. Right? I think they're trying to, just ramp up viewership in that regard. Kirk Cousins. It's one of those things where when we had Kirk Cousins, a lot of people complained because there was just certain things that he didn't do. He didn't scramble. He was in the pocket. Sometimes looked brilliant. Other times not so much. Couldn't protect. The protection was tough because defenses know where the quarterback is going to be. He's going to be in the pocket. And as everyone's complaining about Cousins, in the back of your mind, you're kind of letting them know, hey, it can get a hell of a lot worse. Okay. I mean, everybody's upset about Cousins and whatnot, but it could get a lot worse. And in a lot of ways, I think it has. I mean, Darnold bailed us out last year, and now we're finally seeing what it's like to develop a young quarterback. It's not fun, and it takes a long time. For Cousins to come back, I don't know. I mean, he was already, I think, on the decline physically as we let him go. So, a couple years later, an Achilles tear later, and I think he's on that list for the Vikings. I don't think he's priority number one, but I think he might be a name that they wouldn't mind having back at obviously a lot lower pay scale than what we were paying him before. It's ultimately, I believe, Stefanski's decision now, right? Whether or not they want to keep him or move on from him. So, who knows? I mean, Kevin's just got to go somewhere where there's not a lot of quarterback controversy. You just can't seem to get out of the way.
He doesn't know how to develop
with any of that. Holy cow!
He doesn't know how to develop them. We are talking to former Vikings linebacker and current Vikings radio broadcaster, our friend Pete Persick. He's drinking an energy drink, it looks like. He's trying to keep the speed up because he's about to fall asleep. There it is, Monster. If you want to have a heart attack, you can fart it.
I farted.
Fart your way out. Drinking some Monster, ladies and gentlemen, as Niffin would say. I farted, or
I want her melons.
you can get her melons too. If you want a Monster, you can get his melons and her melons and everybody else's melons. Bagel hole.
Bagel hole.
Anyways, before we let you go, man, because I know you're busy, and like I said, we'll swap.
Not really, but that's okay.
Oh, that's good. All right, maybe
he's prepping his ping pong trash talking.
That's true. I mean, we can trash talk anytime you want, Pete. I mean,
one thing, just to, if you don't mind, if I jump in, I started a YouTube channel.
Oh, okay.
It's called Eye in the Sky. It's at Pete Bursich 56. And I do the film breakdowns, but I do them taking my time, talking to the viewer, talking about matchups throughout the season, but a lot of it's just pure, just plain old football. One of the videos like this one I got up here, Dallas Turner and his growth and progress, what he's doing better. It's really, it's just something I enjoy, just, kind of teaching the game to fans, because I think the game is a lot more compelling when you understand what's going on out there. The more you understand about what's going on out there, the more fun it is to watch these games instead of having to bet money on them and all that to make them interesting. You can, once you learn enough about them, and that's kind of life, right? The more you try to learn something every day. I'm still trying to learn the game, but I get to sit down and share that with the fans, mostly Viking fans, but there's a lot of other, there's all kinds of stuff on there.
Well, you're great. I just hate YouTube because the algorithms and the change it to transition.
It's like it's one of those things where I'm doing this just to get it out, just to put it out there.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And it's like with the algorithm, I understand that it's there's a game within a game, right? When it comes
You're a
to
game
that.
within a game, man. Pete,
So-
your brain is a game within a game. I mean, your voice, your perception, your thoughts, your personality, everything about you, we love. I gotta
How about
say
that?
I do. I do. I love you. You're one of my favorite guests.
I should have had my guitar all hooked up for you.
Oh,
I was
yeah,
thinking
that
I
would be good. I mean,
gonna play some Slayer or Metallica or something.
that's what I'm
something
talking
like
about.
that.
For whom the bell tolls. Dun, 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 dun.
It's a good one.
I used to cover a lot of bands, man. I was a drummer, as you know. But
Really?
yeah, I was a drummer, Battle of the Bands. I drummed for a group called Talon. I actually sang back
right.
up. I actually had a decent voice when I was young.
Let's see. Top 3 drummers, go.
Ah, man, the guy from Dream Theater is definitely one of them.
Okay.
Okay, Dave Matthews Band, the lead drummer. He's fantastic.
Okay.
And Motorhead, the drummer from Def Leppard, the drummer from Def
Oh.
Leppard.
With the one arm, yeah.
Yeah. I like him too. So
Okay.
I'll go with them. I mean,
He's
I
in
can't
a
remember
wrestling
names.
match, right? Is that why you like him?
No, not a wrestling match, but I'm not an arm wrestler. I'm more of a mercenary.
He's an electronic drum guy.
Yes.
I was waiting to hear some Neil Peart, some John Bonham,
Listen.
something like that.
I can't remember names right now because my head is spinning. I mean, I drove almost, I would say in the last 5 days, I drove about 20 something hours. I mean, it's enough for me. I'm a little tired, you know.
He'll do it to you.
Yeah, but I try to give it a live, personality. By the way, one of our fans wanted me to ask you this question. O'Connell, is he on the hot seat this year?
This coming season, I think it more so, it'll be more so than before. His relationship with, I think this draft is going to be very important for both he and Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, because we have some draft equity. We haven't had a ton of it in the last couple of years, so we have some holes to fill. So for Kevin O'Connell, this is it. If you look at his record, it's been double-digit wins, missed the playoffs, double-digit wins, missed the playoffs, and so for him, it starts with the quarterback position and developing JJ McCarthy, but you got to have plan B because, again, like we talked about earlier, he's played 10 out of 35 games. So you can't just all of a sudden go into the season like you did this year and not have much in the way of a backup plan. So that's probably the first thing that they're going to correct, or at least deal with. And then for Kevin O'Connell, keeping Brian Flores around is going to be huge. Brian Flores will probably end up in Pittsburgh if he's going to go somewhere. I love the guy. You hear players complain he's too tough. It's like they're just whining. I mean, I've been around him enough. He is a very, very good dude. I mean, just he's a good guy. Loves talking football. He'll talk football with anybody all day long. And he's just got to find himself a good offensive coordinator, and then away you go. And he gets more. We had a top 3 defense. Now we played some teams toward the end of the season. I think that helped. But you end up with a top 3 defense, and you look at that defensive roster, and you're kind of like, Andrew Van Ginkel. It's who do you? There are no huge names. We don't have any perennial Pro Bowl players on this defense. His scheme is just so different. He's just so aggressive that a lot of it's a problem for teams, especially young quarterbacks, to deal with all the things that he'll throw at you. So now the whole lawsuit with the league and all the off the field stuff, it's just it's just gonna be a matter of it just takes one owner to step up and step out of line with the rest of that group and say, I'm gonna take a chance on this guy and here we go again. So but for Kevin O'Connell, getting Brian Flores back is going to be the biggest thing to getting him back to double-digit wins and playoffs for the Vikings next year.
Pete, we love you, man. And I want you to I'll have Speedy reach out to you. We'll swap numbers. We'll talk.
Yeah.
And I'll send you some articles. You read some of them. You tell me what you think. And we'll text and we'll shoot the what.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Absolutely. Pete, you're great, man. Keep up the good work. We love you on the radio.
I appreciate it.
We'll be talking very, very soon.
Keep moving up the charts. I want you. What I'm hoping is that someday I'm going to flip on the TV for some background noise, and then there you'll be. You guys will be out. Your show will be on.
I have,
With the ticker on the bottom, and I'll just turn it down like I do everybody else, and just leave it up there.
Come on, man. You can't
Can't wait.
turn this down. You can't turn me down. I have one of the most unique, crazy voices you'll ever hear on the radio, and I can do all of this.
Pete has a quota of Pete has a quota with how much Jets talk he can handle a day.
Give me that chicken curry. I need it.
Although the Jets, I do have to give a shout out to Rick Spielman, who's with the Jets. He's helping out. Rick's is one of the best dudes out there, man. He's good. He's very good at what he does. I know, Viking fans will be, what about this? What about this? But when you're a GM, that's what it's all about, the whatabouts and what ifs and second guessing. I mean, that's the pretend GM loves the draft. But yeah, Rick's out there helping out, and I hope things can change. I hope you guys can get a interception next year.
All right. Thank you, Pete. We love you. I'll talk to you soon.
It's one.
Thank you, Pete. Pete Bursick, ladies and gentlemen. We love him. Number one. As he puts up the number one, he's number one. We love him. Number one in my heart, and number one hated Jet fan. So there you go. Thank you, Pete.
All right, we'll see you.
I love him. Absolutely great. One of the best personalities. And I saw Jabba pop out. I think he just wanted to leave it up to us to get that interview out. We'll get Jabba back in because we have the Speedy Stat of the Week.
The Speedy. Well, you may run like Maze, but you hit like Stat of the Week.
All right, so we've hinted at it a lot. It's a lot of to have to do with this insane Caleb Williams throw that we've seen pretty much all throughout the show. This is how rare it was for him to be able to pull this kind of thing off. So, 26.5 yards behind the line of scrimmage he was, which broke the previous record in the Next Gen Stats era, which is 2015 of 22 yards behind the line of scrimmage, which was done by Josh Allen. 51.2 air yards on that throw, and a 17.8% completion probability for Caleb Williams on that insane fourth down touchdown that will be one of the best plays ever in a playoff loss, unfortunately, for the Bears' sake. But look how far back he is. It's just miracle workers, and just how insane it was is defined in those stats.
No question, the one and only Caleb Williams did what he needed to do, and he was sensational. We love you, K. I mean, C, or whatever the hell you want to call him. Look at this throw. Well, look at his beauty. Look at this. Boom. Right there in the hands of Cole Kmet. Beautiful. Speaking of in the hands, the NFL Network reports that the Bills have fired the one and only head coach, Sean McDermott, after 9 seasons in Buffalo. NFL insider Jonathan Jones reports that the Bills can't interview any coaches from remaining playoff teams until they get eliminated, but can schedule interviews with anybody else. Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady could be likely a candidate to replace McDermott, but he also has an interview scheduled with the Ravens, Raiders, and Cardinals as well. Mike McDaniel could also, yes, but he just signed, so I'm not going to say that. I'm going to skip that. NFL Network reports that the Falcons have named Kevin Stefanski as their next head coach a week after naming Matt Ryan their president of football operations. The Miami Dolphins have named Packers defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley, right? Am I right?
Yep.
As their next head coach, their 8th consecutive head coach with no previous head coaching experience. The Tennessee Titans have hired former Jets head coach Rabba, a.k.a. Salah Bambi, as their next head coach, less than 2 years after being fired by the New York Jets. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I am not surprised about Sean McDermott getting fired. I'm not. I've said this over and over and over again. Sean McDermott was really hanging on a thread. And after that loss against the Broncos and losing against a young quarterback in Bo Nix after Lamar Jackson, I'm sorry, I forgot the names. Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, and Joe Burrow is out of the playoffs, you would have thought that Josh Allen would have his easiest path to a Super Bowl and failed to do that. McDermott is a great defensive mind. There's no question. They have one of the best pass rushes in the league, but failure to win and get this team into the Super Bowl with Josh Allen at the prime of his career is going to make that happen. As far as coaching candidates, you would think that Joe Brady would take this job if he's going to get offered this. Why would you want to go to the Raiders? Why would you want to go to the Cardinals? The Ravens, interesting thought. I think the better pick would be the Bills. You know the quarterback. You know the offense. It would make a lot of sense for Joe Brady to stay there and take over this team and get his first head coaching job. I just don't know if I would go that route. Mike McCarthy's the guy that I would go with Josh Allen. If you want to get over the hump, you want to get to a Super Bowl, Mike McCarthy's the guy. I think that this team is lacking leadership, and I think Mike McCarthy has the ability to give that leadership a chance. And the reason why I took out Mike McDaniel, because he signed, obviously, with the Chargers, as Tommy Poops gave us that announcement with the old NIF. So, and the Atlanta Falcons signing Stefanski, wonderful, wonderful signing. The question is, can he develop a quarterback in Michael Penix when he comes back? He's had a problem doing that over there with the Browns. The guy has won Coach of the Year back-to-back time. Well, not back-to-back, but within, I think, 2 in the amount of 4 years.
Yeah.
He has been one of the elite coaches in the NFL. Very surprised the Browns fired him. But taking the Atlanta Falcons job, he's got a lot of weapons over there. If they bring Kyle Pitts back, London, obviously Bijan Robinson, they have weapons off an offensive line that play very well, a good young defense now with a great secondary. I think he's stacked. I think he has ability to automatically win that division this year. He's much better than Raheem Morris. There's no question that he is. Raheem Morris will never get a coaching job again in the NFL. No offense, Raheem. Obviously a Long Island guy, played for Hofstra. Not a guy that I would hire as a coach ever again. Miami hiring this guy, Jeff Hafley. Don't know much about him. What I do know is he comes from the Packers organization. He is the defensive coordinator. I don't know if this is slam dunk. I don't know if this is a double or a single or a triple. Might be a strikeout. I don't know. But the Dolphins have been known to make those mistakes. And why would you fire Mike McDaniel to bring in another rookie coach when you had a winning coach over there in Miami who is a game-changing type of coach? So it makes no sense. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I saved the best for last, because there is no way in hell an organization would go this route and bring Bambi Sala in after the debacle he left over there in New York. Hard Knocks, all the mistakes that he made, all gas, no break, and all this other garbage that he had. And I have a story coming up and going up on the Worldwide Sports Radio Network. I'm telling you, it's a must read. It will be up tomorrow. It's funny. It's definitely a draw, and you fans will love it. This guy is an absolute joke. I feel bad for Cam Ward. I feel bad for him that he has to take on this idiot of a head coach. This guy has been gone. He took over as a defensive coordinator over there with San Francisco. He was over there filling in as an offensive coach with the Packers last year. How did that help? I mean, and then he goes over there to San Francisco, had a good year, and then goes into a playoff run where he loses and gets his butt blocked right off or knocked off by 41-6 against a team in Seattle that just completely pulverized him as a defensive coordinator. And then you sign him, then you give him a 5-year deal to have the run of your organization. This makes no sense. You have a young quarterback that needs to learn how to be developed. Robert Saleh has not made the right choices. Go ask Mike before.
Why do you think they gave him 5 years and didn't keep it shorter?
I'll tell you why. For 5 years, you're going to see if Cam Ward is worth that 5th-year option. And if Robert Saleh fails to get this kid that extra contract, Cam Ward will be gone with Robert Saleh. He is signing his ass over there with Cam. That's what he did. And he took on a big responsibility. He had his quarterback. He had his quarterback of choice in Zach Wilson. How long did that last before he was screwing somebody else's mom or somebody else's mother's girlfriend? I don't know. And Robert Saleh had no control. He's telling people private information that was going on after games to broadcasters here in New York. This is a guy that doesn't know how to keep a secret. He was the one that a lot of people believe was squealing to the press on what was going on in the locker room when it was going on with him and Garrett Wilson and Aaron Rodgers. Who do you think was opening his mouth and giving all the feedback? It was Robert Saleh. And now you have Cam Ward, who I've come to respect. I think the kid is a tremendous amount of talent. He's going to fail because this guy doesn't know how to pick the right offensive coordinator. Go ask Mike LaFleur. He's doing wonders over there working with, Sean McVay, isn't he? Pretty successful over there as what? His offensive coordinator? Pretty damn good.
Pretty much a puppet.
Yeah, but still pretty damn good.
Yep.
It doesn't matter if he's a puppet. He's definitely not Robert Saleh or Kate Bambi's fucking puppet.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, this is pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. The Titans made a big mistake. Out of all the guys you can interview, all the guys, John Harbaugh was interested in this job. And you're going to hire Robert Saleh after John Harbaugh decided to take the Giants job? What a joke. Reach out to Sean McDermott, Mike McCarthy. Any one of those guys would have been better. Brian Flores would have been better than this idiot. I mean, a jackass who can't do anything right. He is an absolute joke. And he made everybody here in New York think that this guy was getting picked on when the guy was an absolute idiot. He didn't know how to run an organization. He didn't know how to control personalities in a locker room. And he definitely does not know how to coach a whole football team. What an absolute joke. An off season of absolute shattering moves for the Tennessee Titans with all the draft stack they have and all the money they have. They could shove it up their ass because Robert Saleh is going to screw this one up.
Yeah, I was mentioning at the beginning when we were talking about Black Monday and these coaching trends. We've seen a lot of these teams with younger quarterbacks or teams that have longer playoff droughts with younger rosters go after these veteran coaches for a sense of stability. I mentioned the Broncos is the perfect example of that with Sean Payton. Sean Payton, it seemed like forever, especially after they tried to get Russell Wilson and that failed. The Broncos, after Peyton Manning retired, were good roster that didn't have a quarterback for a while. Then Russell Wilson actually has a decent year with Sean Payton, but again, they had the situation with him wanting to get benched and not all that stuff with the whole buyout of this contract. And they bring in Bo Nix and they make the playoffs 2 years in a row. Now they're in an AFC Championship game. Obviously, the Chargers with Jim Harbaugh going after it, they're replacing Brandon Staley. Justin Herbert's a young quarterback. Now all of a sudden they're 2 years in a row in the playoffs. This is the opposite direction that the Titans should be going in. I'm not saying never hire a defensive coach. I know Fish was saying that in the past, like you should stay away from defensive coaches, but I don't really have that kind of angle. Brian Flores is a much better pick for a culture stabilizer. If you want a flashy offensive, there's enough flashy young offensive guys out there. Go get a Kubiak. Even the Kubiak on the 49ers, the Clay. Go get him if you want a young quarterback developer. Maybe the Titans didn't want that because of Brian Callahan's failures, but then go get a veteran guy. Go get Mike McCarthy. Like, he's a quarterback developer. This was awful on so many levels. I can't imagine this.
How did he sell himself?
He's just that good of an interviewer, apparently.
Obviously is. Mike McCarthy's a terrible interviewer because he hasn't gotten a job in 2 years. And this idiot who can't even understand, you can't even understand how he speaks. He's taking receipts, and he's going to be taking receipts over there because there's a lot of receipts that are not going to be able to be cashed over there after he fails.
And you would think it's a GM that comes from the Chiefs organization, too. You would think
Jabba, you muted.
You would be able to learn from that kind of thing, too. Jabba,
no, but do you think, too, some of these moves, they get guys based on what they have on the field? Like you talk about, bringing guys in established or whatever. Do you think when they make these decisions, they look at what they have to bring like an old head in that's been in the game, or like get another like younger energy guy that they have? Like,
who is that for Robert Saleh? Robert Saleh is neither of those things.
Well, yeah, but that's where do they look at that when they bring somebody in? Like as we touched on with Harbaugh and what people think is going to happen. Do they look at can he control a clubhouse? Can he control a locker room? Whatever you want to call it. Can he manage his coordinators?
He's a puppet.
Which we haven't seen and is that what they do as well? Do they look at it from top to bottom and it's like, you know what? We can control him and kind of what we want to do and he's just a piece in the puzzle where he's not the queen that can do everything or the king that is the end of all.
You said it. You right there, Jabba. You gave it. You hit the nail on the coffin. And it's a coffin, and it's going to be 6 feet under by the time Robert Saleh touches it. I mean, this guy is an absolute joke. And if you're a Titan fan, I feel bad for you guys because I've seen enough of Robert Saleh to make you want to barf. And this guy does not know how to speak to the press. He doesn't know he beats around the bush. He doesn't know how to protect players. He throws players under the bus. Offset of talking to people, to the media when he shouldn't be speaking to the media when the team tells him to stay away from the media. He goes out there and reports things to the media. The guy's an idiot. He's not a fit. I'm telling you, he's not a fit. It's going to be a big smack in the face. And unfortunately, the Titans are going to regret it. Cam Ward's going to regret it. I feel bad for the kid.
Yeah, shifting to the other three moves, though. Hafley with the Dolphins was interesting because he was one of the higher touted defensive guys at the beginning of the coaching process, along with Jesse Minter. But once all these other coaches, Harbaugh and Tomlin, took leave from their teams, now obviously McDermott, he wasn't even thought of as much of a candidate. But Green Bay going over there, I guess Miami wanted it. They think because maybe Tua is going to be gone, that they're going to have to be more of a defensive team next year. We'll see if they can get the best of the talent, because the talent has been very injury prone over there in Miami. But I guess that's what they're thinking. They believe Achane and Waddle will be the future on offense, but not Tyreek Hill and not Tua. So maybe that's the direction they want to go in. I agree with Don Stefanski. I love it for the Falcons. This is a 2 tight end type offense that he had with the Browns for a while. Yep. You get Pitts and a good rotation of second guys for a while.
If they re-sign Pitts.
Which it seems like that is the case, because they're bringing in a guy that's a tight end centric offense guy. And obviously he's going to cost more than probably would have thought, because he had a great year this year. So he's going to probably get maybe $15 million a year or something like that. But
a little bit less,
maybe, but pay up. You have to make it work in that offense. Bijan, again, Nick Chubb worked in that offense. Look at all the random running backs that work in that offense, and even Algier in that offense with Atlanta too. I think that's going to be a really good move. He's every 3 years coach of the year. Don't be surprised if he makes an instant impact on the Atlanta Falcons. I love this move. And then McDermott, we'll see. I agree with you. I don't think he gets another head coaching job this year, but I think it was time, because the Bills defense, like I mentioned before, historically bad. I think it just got stale and predictable after a while. I mentioned when Bursick was on.
I will say this. If I were the Jets, I would reach out to Sean McDermott and bring him in as my defensive coordinator.
Sure.
I would do that. You bring in a guy, you have a young coach there. Sean McDermott is one of the best defensive minds in the NFL right now. Even if it's a year, ask Sean if he'd come in, help Aaron Glenn out, help him in the draft, help Moji. This is a great opportunity with this draft class, with the talent of draft stock when it comes to defensive linemen. This is the draft. They're talking to Wink Martindale. I would reach out to Sean McDermott. Absolutely reach out to Sean McDermott and see if he would be interested in coming for a year or two.
I think that makes sense too, because he's more of a 4-3
and he's an AFC guy,
zone type of defense. And not that he's as much zone as he used to be when he first started with the Bills, but he's more of closer to what their personnel type is than what the Wink Martindale personnel.
Plus, he has coaching experience.
Do you think too, like him staying in the AFC and being in a different capacity? He wants to be a head coach again, obviously.
Yes.
But staying in the division and seeing what he can do from the other side of the fence.
Yes.
Because he's been a defensive guy anyways.
Yeah, and that's
you don't want to take a year off, right?
I think the best thing for him to do is to prove his worth. You go over there with Aaron Glenn, who's a young coach who has no experience at that position, and you go over there as the defensive coordinator to a team that you know very, very well, and a division that you know as good as anybody does, to beat those quarterbacks and beat those teams. I'm absolutely, if I'm the Jets, reaching out to Sean McDermott and trying to pitch him. Because guess what? If Aaron Glenn gets fired next year, guess who goes right in there as the next head coach? Sean McDermott.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that. That's worst case scenario. And then best case scenario, you have a good mentor for somebody like Aaron Glenn.
100%. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. For a guy that was in a similar circumstance, Aaron Glenn, obviously coming from the Saints organization that inherited a similar type of defense to what the Jets had, or at least had before their trades, obviously, but again, still have to an extent with the talent that they have. You get a coach that has a good calming presence, but a good relationship with his players, like Aaron Glenn does with McDermott. I think it's a really good fit. Shifting back to the Bills, though, you mentioned they have to hire a veteran coach. I don't think they have to necessarily do an offensive guy, but yeah, they do need somebody with experience. McCarthy, I do like. I also like the idea potentially, because I think they do need a good game planning defense as well. Brian Flores, I think, could be a good fit over there too, because he's going to want to stick it to the AFC East, because the Dolphins, the Patriots, and I think they need a game planning defense. This is a talented defense. Miami had an awful defense, like Pete was mentioning. The Vikings don't really have these household names on defense. Buffalo, with the talent that they have on the top end guy, they need a good game planner like Flores. I think that could actually be a good fit.
There's a lot of questions, and again with these coaches, and we can go back and forth because we have a long show left. We got a lot of baseball to get into, and I don't want to be holding on this, but I will say this: if I am the Jets organization right now, I'm reaching out to Sean McDermott right now. You haven't hired a defensive coordinator yet. Sit down, have a conversation with him. And if you think that this kid is your offensive coordinator, I'd still reach out to Mike McCarthy. I bring in veteran guys to help Aaron Glenn out this year. Help him out, help him develop his personality, what he is as a head coach. And then if these guys decide to part ways with the Jets in the offseason, so be it. If not, you give one of these guys the job. If Aaron Glenn is a failure or he just doesn't know how to get to these players. That's just my opinion. All right. Save your tears.
Mom, what's one thing that you can't talk to me about?
My sexual fantasies.
No! No! Say you're sorry!
It is not ideal, but if it's what me, it is not ideal, but if it is not ideal, but if it is what me.
You can't triple stamp a double stamp! You can't triple stamp a double stamp, Lloyd! You can't triple stamp a double stamp! Lloyd! You guys! Enough!
And now, it's time for Save Your Tears.
Because they don't have tongues!
I don't know who's chopping off tongues.
You guys know what that expression?
Anyone!
It's on the phone, so we're not going to bring him in.
Where was the save your tongues from?
Save your tongues. Who knows?
Because they don't have tongues!
Yeah.
Wait.
Around.
Freaking daily lives!
There's a lot of daily lives in a lot of these football players.
Oh, sexual action!
Daily lives that work out for some and not work out for others. But you guys, if we have a long go ahead, because naturally
beneficial.
I did win with my advantage again. Java, you were second. Good, valiant effort.
Look at
Christian
me.
McCaffrey letting it down a little bit. Don't worry, you still finish ahead of Fish. And Tommy, you got the bronze this week. I guess we'll have to wait for Nathan's compliments for him to get off the phone.
It can wait.
I don't know if Nathan is ready for this yet. Nathan, you could
I don't care.
signal in the private chat whenever you're ready. I guess, Errol, you could go first for the time being, and then we'll go back.
Oh, how wonderful. Well, Speedy, with these extra points, it only bodes well for you. Any edge that you have only gives you more edge because you study this stuff. I don't care. I sit here and I just pick whatever I pick. Win or lose, it won't matter to me. I don't care who wins. But if you win, lose, draw, kiss somebody's ass, that would be fine with me. I love you, man. Can keep up the good work. Don't play with yourself.
All right, Nathan, I don't think is ready yet, so I guess, Tommy, you're next.
All right, yeah, and Speedy, like you were saying, I mean, it's tiring, not for you, of course.
That counts as anyone.
It's not tiring for you to be at the top of the hill, but it's tiring for us, of course, to keep on giving you these compliments. But no, it's not tiring at all, of course. But dude, you of course did it. You are the divisional week champion. I know, of course, we're gonna have something next week for the conference championship. But man, you keep doing everything you do every week in, week out, especially on the show and especially within the Save Your Tears. You really honestly do everything correct, the right way. And like Errol said, these points are giving you an advantage that you're obviously kicking all of our asses in. So congrats again, Speedy.
All right, thank you so much. And I guess Nathan will have to give it to me in the the private chat because he's on the phone right now. So Java, you round it out.
I don't drink a lot of milk.
No, I don't.
Yeah, no, I don't drink a lot of milk either. Speedy, you've said it. I want to go after you just because it always makes sense. And now that you get extra points, I'm like toilet paper bringing up the rear. And it just doesn't end. And you're always going to be at the top of that mountain. And we rely on you for a lot of stuff. And we know why you're the best because you stand on that mountain every week.
Toilet paper bringing up the rear.
Well, that'll be your most used drop for the month of February, Java. The dude wipes will take his back seat to that now.
No, I would rush her to the hospital.
I mean, they coincide with each other a little bit.
They do.
I don't care. Let's not.
Save your tears. Neth is like, I don't know what Neth is doing over there. Probably playing with himself.
I'll give you my private chat compliment.
That's how you shave. Yeah, because the word jizz is really structured.
All right, when we come back, we got Jabba Rules, Dodgers side, Kyle Tucker, and we're going to pivot as the Mets pivot to somebody else. Overpaid player that can't stay healthy. A lot more, but first, our Sports Minute.
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, I'm back in substitute fish roll for one more round of the Sports Minute here on Jabba and the Mouth. I am going to try to enjoy it. Thank you to our soundboard. We'll start with another college football story. This time it's with Fernando Mendoza's brother, Alberto. He is not going to be with the Hoosiers. He's actually going to transfer to Georgia Tech. The Heisman Trophy winner's brother won't be staying with them. He will replace Haynes King, who did a very good job at Georgia Tech for 36 games and 4 seasons under head coach Brent Key. ACC championship contender this year ended up collapsing towards the end of the year. Indiana will replace him instead with TCU transfer quarterback Brent Hoover to try to repeat for next season. We'll see if they do that, but there will be no Mendoza magic with the younger brother, as Alberto Mendoza will be headed to the Yellow Jackets. Some hockey news. After the Flames dealt defenseman Rasmus Andersson to the Vegas Golden Knights last night, now sent him Nazem Kadri, who was a Stanley Cup hero with the Colorado Avalanche. They will be now dangled in trade rumors. Kadri said he would be very interested in being dealt to a contender. The Flames have had a rough year this year, the second worst record in the Western Conference this year, only behind the Winnipeg Jets. Kadri, a 10-year NHL veteran, was with Toronto for a while, and is, like I said, a big part of the Colorado Stanley Cup team. Has 9 goals and 25 assists this season. 35 years old and is on year 4 of a 7-year, $49 million deal he signed back in 2022 after Colorado won the Cup. And finally, we'll get into it in just a bit with the whole Kyle Tucker news. Errol, you might like this one. MLB owners, are they pushing for a salary cap finally? According to The Athletic's Evan Drellick, a lot of owners were mad over the Dodgers getting Kyle Tucker, and they said there is a 100% certainty they will push the players' union for a salary cap. The Dodgers and the Mets have payrolls over $300 million. The Dodgers, a ridiculous amount. We'll get to it in a bit. $471 million in the payroll right now after giving Kyle Tucker a 4-year, $240 million deal. Well, there's other teams like the Miami Marlins that haven't even hit their floor yet of $100 million. And the Red Sox haven't even spent on a free agent player this offseason. Could this mean a lockout? We will see. We'll start with some hockey scores this time around. With finals, the Canadians over the Wild 4-3. The Lightning taking down the Sharks 4-1. Senators over the Blue Jackets 4-1. The Stars beat the Bruins 6-2. The Sabres beating the Predators 5-3, and the aforementioned Winnipeg Jets beating the Blues 3-1. The Rangers and Kings towards the end of the first period tied at 2, and the Devils and Oilers no score heading towards the end of the first period. And in the NBA right now, getting down to the wire, 3:10 to go. The Rockets ahead of the Spurs 104-102. The Timberwolves at the end of the third quarter lead the Jazz right now 92-79. The Nuggets ahead of the Lakers in the second quarter, 10:05 to go, 39-37. The Raptors ahead of the Warriors 43-29 just at the start of the second quarter. Halfway through the second quarter, the Heat ahead of the Kings 46-38. And 2 finals, the Suns over the 76ers in Philly 106-110. 116-110, and the Bulls blowing out the Clippers 138-110. We are streaming live on many different social media platforms at Jabba in the Mouth on TikTok, Instagram, and Jabba in the Mouth on YouTube. Check us out on Errol's Twitter at ErrolMarks34 and on Facebook at Worldwide Sports Radio Network. And you can follow our podcast network, nationally ranked, like Errol's mentioned many times, top 200 show on Apple Podcasts and Spotify for our audio. And we are also on Spotify and Apple Video as well. And you can follow all our social medias at Jabba in the Mouth and also at Rollo and the Mouth 34 for Errol's social medias as well. Back to the remainder of the show. We got Jabba Rules, we got some baseball talk, and we got some What's That Smell to finish it off here on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions? What is this? We're back. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
Boy.
It was years ago. 631 672 3108 is the number to call. I just spit all over everything. All over everything. It was like, it just flopped right out of that stomach. Have you ever heard that word flop?
Not in that context.
Well, definitely not flopped. It flopped all over. That's my new word tonight. Generation to generation as more legitimate than emotion. That's exactly.
Wow, you brought that one back.
Yes, I did. You're listening to Jabba in the Mouth. My name is Errol Marks. My co-host, Mr. Jabba Chamberlain. You know who he is. Speedy PD, executive producer, Mr. Aaron Fishman is flying in the air. Happy birthday to Aaron. We love you, man. We'll hear his crazy ass on Thursday. On the board, Tommy Poops. In the back end, definitely back end. Hopefully he's not taking it up the, butt plug. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, the NR Hour himself, Mr. Nith, our PR manager. Remember, you can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Job in the Mouth every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradionetwork. Speedy, I just did one of you. I was like swallowing on my phlegm, and I got caught in the throat. It was like,
yeah.
It definitely, it's like a phlegm wall.
You brought something back from Canada, apparently.
Something. I caught the Speedy.
You want to go burn a bush in a crab?
Oh, something.
I don't think they have crabs in Canada.
I don't know. Anyways.
Not stopping you from doing it.
No, you haven't. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we call this Jabba Rules.
History in the making. You ready?
Jabba Rules.
Well, there's a lot of rules that we've covered in this, and I haven't got my Nebraska in yet. But we're gonna get Nebraska basketball in on this Java Rules, by the way. We are 18-0. We have won our last 22 games, the longest in college basketball right now. We are the highest ranking that we've ever had at this university at number 7. Before that, it was 1966 that we were ranked number 8. We're going to have a little bit of an uphill climb here coming in a few weeks. But what rules is Nebraska ball rules because we are in the top 10, and nobody had ever thought Nebraska would be a basketball school. And I stand on Nebraska, and I always will. And now I have something to root for because our football team has let me down for a lot of years.
Go share a Wu-Tang pie with the line.
You guys watched our team play?
Yes, I've been watching.
I've seen a few this year, not as much as I usually watch college basketball. I haven't watched as much this year, but I saw in the recent bracketology, you guys were a 3 seed.
Yeah. Some of us, they have us in 1 in the Midwest. We got a tough stretch. We got Washington tomorrow, and then we go Michigan, Illinois, or we go Minnesota on the road, which Minnesota's record isn't great, but they've been in games with Michigan. They were ahead of Michigan. And then we got Michigan at home. Then we got to play Illinois at our place. Then we got Rutgers, which that'll be a dub. And then we've got Purdue. So it's gonna be a stretch, but we have never won. And like I said, in What's Your Call, and I'm gonna get a booty lick because we've never won.
I never heard of a skin flute.
And it's gonna happen. And I love it. And one of Carter's buddies probably won't win freshman of the year, but he's going to be a freshman All-American, number 5, Braden Frager.
Nice.
So if you guys watch a game, watch him.
No!
And so, yeah, he hooped with Carter, and so it's fun. So we're vested. And it's cool to see when you don't expect a program like that. And it's always nice. I wouldn't say Cinderella because Fred Hoiberg has done it with Iowa State. Wasn't the best with the Bulls. I'll give him that. Wasn't the best.
Wasn't great in the tournament too. I know I picked them a lot with Iowa State or not.
So yeah, we're the only school that's never won a game in March Madness.
Wow.
And like I said, it is documented. It's gonna happen.
It's gonna happen. Speaking of happened, ESPN's Jeff.
It happened.
Jeff Passan reports that the Dodgers have signed Kyle Tucker to a 4-year, $240 million deal. The deal includes $30 million in deferred money, opt-outs after year 2 and year 3, and has an average annual value of $57.1 million per year, breaking Mr. Juan Soto's record of $51 million per year. The Dodgers also gave Tucker a signing bonus of $64 million and a $54 million of that will be paid up front. ESPN's Kylie McDaniel reports that the Blue Jays offered him a 11-year, $418 million deal and were the only team that offered him a deal more than 5 years. McDaniel adds that the Mets were willing to sign Tucker for $50 million per year, but many baseball executives never believed that Tucker wanted to play in New York. Well, here's the facts, guys. This is a catastrophe. It's bad. And I know Jabba's going to be behind it and argue this, that, hey, you know what?
Actually, just wait. You finish, but you're gonna be surprised with what I tell you.
The deferred money thing needs to change. This has ruined the game of baseball. It really has. And as much as a lot of people say, well, guess what? It's been in baseball for a long time. I believe the Dodgers have perfected it. I think the Dodgers have figured out a way to use this to their advantage to hurt everybody else but themselves. And I think that you look at this Tucker move, and there's a lot of questions to it. And they had a lot of deficiencies out in the outfield, a lot of weaknesses. Now they don't. They had one of the best power hitters in the outfield now in Kyle Tucker, who can defend. He can play multiple positions out there. Not the best defender, but a guy that can absolutely defend at that position. I think, to me, when you look at Edwin Diaz and all the offseason moves, you wonder if baseball needs to step in. I don't know if there's going to be a salary cap. I do believe there is going to be a baseball strike. I think the owners are going to step in and do something about this. I think the Dodgers have put themselves in a position where they can win another title and obviously right off into the sunset when it does go on strike after this year, when the strike is going to allow the league to decide if they're going to continue playing or are they going to sit out for a significant amount of time. I think this hurts baseball. I do. And the fact is that he didn't want to go to New York. He didn't want to deal with the New York press, the media. He's a quiet guy. He played for the Astros. He went to the Cubs. Even though the Cubs are a loud organization, they're not as bad of a media place than New York. And the Blue Jays are just not a very good organization. I know what they did last year. I know a lot of people think, oh, they're making moves now, and they signed their big-time bopper. They gave him that extension that really will settle in as we watch it, as it gets heavier and in the next 5 to 6 years, and put them in a drought of just absolute turbulence. The Blue Jays had their chance to win, and they failed. They were never getting Tucker. They were never. It was either the Yankees step in and offer him a boatload of money, because the Yankees, I think he would have bought into it because it is the Yankees, it's pinstripes, or it was the Dodgers. I was surprised that he didn't choose the Mets, but let's be honest. The Mets are a stupid organization, a losing organization, hasn't won since 1986. Why would he go to an organization that fails to get the right players in? Everything that they've done so far, if you were Tucker right now and you watch the moves that the Mets made, and you look at Polanco moving to first base, who's never played that position before in his life, does that bode well for the New York Mets going into a season? The answer would be no. Kyle Tucker had no interest, I guess. I thought Kyle Tucker was going to the Mets. It made a lot of sense. $50-something million. He was going to get a lot of money. The Mets were going to give him what he wanted. It was never going to happen. So my take on the Kyle Tucker thing, because we have the Bo Bichette thing after you guys, your take, is this is a catastrophe for the league. The league needs to do something during the strike time. They need to step in and figure out how to control this deferred money. I wrote an article about this. Job, I sent it to you. I sent it to a lot of guys. I think baseball needs to look at what I kind of like put and implemented in when I was in Montreal and look at it that way for it to help the game and define the understanding what deferred money can or shouldn't do for a team.
Yeah, it's interesting because I thought for once Bregman was signing with the Cubs, I always thought Cubs were going to get Tucker back anyway, but I thought even more incentive for them to try to be creative and get either more deferred money or like the Dodgers did an extra signing bonus, stuff like that. There's ways to manipulate contracts that maybe you don't realize just because of the payroll discrepancies, just because MLB doesn't have a salary cap. You're looking at the NFL. How can we manipulate the cap? We joke about it with the Saints all the time. They've been manipulating the cap for 10 years and now they're in debt. And the the Cubs, I thought, had a good leeway to do that, and the Blue Jays, because of the way that they could defer money. And you saw the Blue Jays do it with Cease, and it looked like there was finally a direction to go in. And then all of a sudden we go back to this now, and all of a sudden the Dodgers are just taking back over, where, yeah, maybe there's a spawning point where there has to be some restrictions with how much you can defer, how many players can be deferred at this point. Because as long as there's no salary cap, I don't think you're going to have that rule completely taken away, because there's enough guys already dealing with it. But there has to be restrictions on it. The Dodgers, maybe because they already have 6 or 7 guys on it, can't do it for another 5 years.
They're going to be doing this forever.
Yeah, and that's where it's tricky. Like, what rule makes sense to be fair to both parties? What rule makes sense to
We will never see another World Series champion. If this continues to be allowed to be going on in baseball, the Dodgers are always going to be in the driver's seat to get whoever and whatever they want, because what they're doing is they have talked to these players. These players understand what they're trying to do and how they're doing it, and it's working because they've got everybody buying into it. A whole organization needs to buy into this for it to work. It's not working. Everybody says, well, all the other organizations could do it. Not necessarily when all the other players are not buying into it.
Yeah.
They're buying into it. They had Mookie Betts. They had Freeman. They have all these guys. Ohtani. Everybody's buying into this move. Snell, everybody, because they have a chance. Hey, listen, you're still going to get your money. You're still going to win. Still have a chance to do it in the bright lights of LA. And you're still going to get the money at the tail end of your career anyway. So you guys are going to be laughing all the way to the bank and making all the endorsements because we're going to be winning.
And Tucker's case is different, I think, because $60 million, I think, was above any expectations of the market value of how long it took him to sign too. And Tucker's another one. Like a lot of the other guys besides Freeman, who was obviously traded over there, weren't ring chasing at that time, because Ohtani obviously never played in the playoffs, and all the other guys were Japanese comb-overs. And Tucker signed this one for the money, I think, exclusively, and all the signing bonuses and all that stuff. But still, going to the Dodgers with
he was getting more with the Blue Jays. He signed.
Yeah.
He signed for winning a championship, wins. That's all he signed for, and he knows he's going to get money one way or another. He can opt out of it after his second or third year if he doesn't want to be there. He's not getting enough playing time, or they're treating him like crap. He can opt out, and he still gets a boatload of money right up front. He is living it large, and the Dodgers could do this because they have finagled money to hide away for the next 12 years. Thank you to Ohtani and all the other doofuses. So I just it hurts baseball.
Yeah.
I don't care what anybody says. It hurts baseball.
And the reason I say it's about, because I just think the market value is that much higher. I think the Blue Jays was probably slightly above the market value. The total money obviously was more with 418, but with the AAV, that's a lot. All right, Java, you're up. Fire away at the deferred money.
No, I've taken a different. I took a step back, honestly, and I really tried to look at what the game is as it stands. And I sat on this for a minute, and I've thought about what you guys have said, Errol especially, where I'm in a rock and a hard place, honestly. And if I'm being perfectly honest, where I understand what they're doing and you're chasing championships. I get that. And at the end of the day, what do you want to, you want to have a legacy of winning. Yeah, you can have a lot of money in your bank account, but that only goes so far. If you truly love this game, what do you want to do? You want to win. And so why I'm between a rock and a hard spot is because when it comes down to winning, where do you want to go? That's an easy answer. Are they hurting the game, the aspect of what they do? Yeah, they're paying 2 guys more money than 10 whole organizations. They're paying $186.5 million in luxury tax. Can we kind of change that? We've kind of seen it in the past with the Marlins when they weren't paying any money, and then they had that year where they signed Burley and Jose Reyes.
Yes.
And we've seen how that worked, but they were just doing it because they were kind of, their hand was forced to do it. But I think what this does, and I don't think you're wrong, Errol. I think this is pushing towards a lockout, because what are you really doing? Like, if everybody's just going to go there and take all the deferred money, I don't think deferred money is wrong. But Speedy, I think you kind of touched on it a little bit, where it's like, okay, you can have 5, you can have 4, whatever that number is. I don't know what the magical potion is of figuring this out.
It's the same thing we talked about with the colleges, like how much you defer to one program versus the other.
Right. And so for me, it's like, do you have a salary cap or do you have a salary floor? Like how do you defer those things in what they do? And I'm a baseball to and through with everything. And is Kyle Tucker a $60 million player? I said this. He's not. But I will never fault the dude for taking his money and get the bag and take it all the way to the bank. But when you're an outside guy just looking at it, and it's like, oh, they're just doing this, they're paying to, and that's truly genuine what they are. But you also want to have that legacy of winning and being a part of something special. But I think it is really hurting the game in the way the game is perceived now, because we're trying to create a younger audience, and it's solely devoted now to money. Where I think the caveat for me, where baseball is pure, you play it because you love it. And you have those guys. You look at the Aaron Judges of the world, took less money when he could have got more money. And that's where the part of it is like, I want everybody to make as much money as they can, take care of their family, take care of their grandkids, long time. But where it takes away from what my love is for this game is the authenticity of it. And for me, it's starting to be taken away. And I don't like that. I don't like the fact that I'm like, holy crap, this lineup is the best lineup we've ever seen. I mean, we can talk Murderers Row, we can talk all kinds of lineups. But when you look at what these guys are and their value of what they could be for each individual team, and I know people are going to argue that they didn't want to give Freddie a 6-year deal. They didn't want to, pay Mookie. He left Boston. And like, we can give all these examples.
Well, Freeman, the Braves got robbed because their agent didn't tell him the Braves offer. I think Freddie said he would have matched it if they gave him the same offer.
Yeah. But they're doing things that everybody obviously says that everybody can do. And yes, it's been going on a long time. But you said it, Errol. It's like they found the perfect way to do it and created, like we create in video games when we were kids. You create a dynasty. Mm-hmm. They're a video game right now. They're a damn video game. That is what it is. And I feel like, and I never thought I would say this, I feel like it's taking away the integrity of the game. And I hate that because I love the parody. I love dark horses. I love the Cinderella story. I love all that stuff. But it's hard to combat that when you see a dynasty lineup and you've got multiple MVPs, quite possibly the best player in the world that we've ever seen. And they're all on one team. So for me as a player, I go against that. It's like, what the hell am I supposed to do? And I think they need to find a way to combat this. I think, Speedy, I think that might be a thing. I think it's going to be a lockout. Do I think we lose the entire 27 season? I hope not. But if they don't find a way to be like, okay, you can defer money. You obviously can't backtrack now. You can't, so whatever it is. But, okay, if the Dodgers are at that limit. Okay, you can't defer any more money. Okay, now this team, so is it 4? Is it 5? Whatever that
money amount too.
Or yeah, and like we've talked about with college and how we do that. And I was sitting here and just reading stories, and I was just kind of shaking my head because never thought I would feel this way, because I love what baseball is at its soul and at its heart. But I think it's changing, and the integrity of the game has changed. And now it's solely focused on different things than what this game should be focused on. And that hurts my heart a little bit because I love this game near and dear.
You know,
And it provides every day. I get to watch my son. And it's Kyle Tucker's a great player. All these guys are great players getting this money. How long is it going to take? Paul Skeens gets a free agency. Paul Skeens is $1 billion player if we're basing it on right now. Because these guys, Kyle Tucker's getting $60 million. Essentially, Ohtani's getting 70, which I will agree Ohtani probably should get more than everybody because he does two things that nobody else does. But when you have all of these deferred, and we've seen Bregman's contract, Bregman's was a little bit deferred.
Yes.
But the integrity of the game has changed because the way that they can do things. I just think it's going to be an argument when it comes to the next CBA of how do we maintain the integrity of the game where we don't have shit to talk about during baseball because it's like, all right, I know the game's not played on paper, and I've said that before, but realistically, if we're going right now, who the hell's beating the Dodgers? Like, who it is?
Their training staff.
I will say this, and I
themselves. That's the only thing that's going to beat them is them getting hurt.
Speaking of a team that got screwed, is the Mets, and they signed Bo Bichette to a 3-year, $126 million deal with a player option for a year 1 and year 2, no deferred money, and an average annual of $42 million per year. Reports say that the Phillies were ready to give Bo Bichette a 7-year, $200 million deal, and Dave Dombrowski was blindsided by the Mets and made a panic move to steal him. Both the Dodgers and the Mets are over the luxury tax threshold, and the Mets payroll is $414 million, and the Dodgers are $571 million, meaning that the Mets would have to pay $95 million in penalties, and the Dodgers would have to pay $120 million in penalties. Here's what I'm going to say quickly about this. I don't know what the Mets organization is doing. I don't know what David Stearns is doing. I have no idea. If you're a Met fan, you cannot be happy with this contract. This guy, Bo Bichette, who can't stay healthy, is making more money than Aaron Judge, who is arguably the best player in the league right now. Think about that. This man is making more than Aaron Judge, and Aaron Judge was, how many MVPs has he won? I mean, this guy's never won an MVP. He's never done anything. And as good as his father was, and as good as he is in some parts of his game, this guy does not deserve $42 million a year. Now, I'm not going to question the money that he's getting. I'm not going to question any of that. The Mets brought in not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 infielders this offseason. And they're going to move 2 of them to the outfield. One of them never played one position in the infield in Polanco at first. What is David Stearns doing? What is it going to take for the Mets organization and Uncle Stevie to realize that this guy is a screw up? He doesn't have a game plan. He's just bringing in players that make sense. And if he hits, he's going to be a genius. If he misses, he should be fired. But because he's a butt buddy of Uncle Stevie, he's going to keep his job. This is a bad thing. Met fans, you cannot sit here and tell me Bo Bichette is a slam dunk. He can't stay healthy. He's an overpriced, overpaid infielder who is now going to be moved to the outfield, which he's never played before in his career. It makes no sense. It's an absolute joke. And the Mets should be really being smacked. They should be smacked in the face because they failed to get Tucker, so they reached on Bo Bichette.
Yeah, we even heard it last week from Laura Albany. She was like, oh, the Mets have 900 infielders and only 2 outfielders,
But she was sticking up for them because she's a writer and she's a beat writer.
Okay, but she did mention that the extremity is a big difference when you haven't signed, besides Devin Williams, any other like pitchers of any notoriety in this offseason. Even Devin Williams is coming off a bad year. You got all these infielders. 2 guys are now going to be playing out of place, whether it's Bichette, which is probably going to be him out of place, playing third, or Bo Bichette experimenting in the outfield. I know, Java, you did mention that. Maybe it works, but again, you're banking $42 million on that. Yeah, Dave Dombrowski, I hate to praise him because I don't think he's great either, but he's right in this sense. Like, why wouldn't the Mets let the Phillies, who've already paid a lot in their own infield as it is, give Bichette 7 years, $200 million when they have Trey Turner and a bunch of other guys on these big contracts, when the Mets could get two, I'm not saying amazing pitchers, but two decent starting pitchers at 20 and 25 million a year. It just doesn't make any sense. And you're going to hope that these guys could pitch for strikeouts because their infield defense is not going to be great.
Horrible move for the New York Mets. They're going to.
I think it's that you said panic move or whatever, and then Dave came out and said we're good with what we are right now. I think it was weird on a lot of levels for me. Yeah. The consistency factor that he's going to make more than Francisco Lindor doesn't really make sense to me because he hasn't been on the field enough to prove. And then now he's going to go out of position because he came out, and that's part of the reason, because he knew he wasn't going to get the money playing the position. That's why he said, I'm open to playing second base wherever.
Hopefully.
And for you as a Mets fan, Speedy, I'm sorry, but you're not going to get your value in what he is because he has not proven it. He came out at the right time. Timing is a lot of things. We've seen a lot of guys do this. Have a great year. Carl Bavano from the Twins to the Yankees, getting the $45 million deal. Like, he was not great, but he had a great out year. And that's if you have a great out year and your crowd is low. Because it was outfielders, and you had Bregman, and then it was Bichette. And then it was pitchers. Yeah. So you are a different commodity. And if you think about stocks and trading, well, if you're a hot commodity that there's nothing else going in, you're going to get that. Is he worth $42 million? No. And I'm not talking trash that he's not a great player, because he's in the big leagues. But he's not 42. I'll say the same thing about Kyle Tucker. He's not 60. Do they deserve to get paid? Yes. Are there a lot of guys that should get paid that amount that are way better that aren't getting paid that? Yes.
Jabba, think about this. I know you like this guy, so I know you would want the Mets to pay him. Framber Valdez, you pay him 30-something million a year, and then you pay Zach Gallen, or saying on a down year, maybe 20 million a year. You get two.
The same thing with Ranger Suarez. Like, give me those postseason stats. Give me that. Like, that contract was probably the best one that's came out this offseason for me personally, because you get what he is. He's going to give you 150 innings. 200's not the mark anymore. That used to be. He's going to give you estimated 154 this year. He's going to win you double-figure games, but he's going to be a beast in the playoffs. That was a great signing for me. Bo Bichette is not a great signing for me because you don't know what you're going to get. Is he going to be hurt? Is he going to play? You got to be on the field. He's getting 42, new position, new team, new dynamic, new clubhouse. Is he going to try and step in? Because now you've demolished that clubhouse, and all you have is Frankie and Soto.
You went from one of the youngest teams to now one of the middle-aged teams in the league. You brought Polanco in. He's 33 years old. You brought in a second baseman who's 36. I think you're reaching. I think the Mets are reaching.
Reaching's an understatement.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on.
Speedy, if they were going to get this deal, you as a Mets fan and as smart as you are, if they were going to take this and obviously giving him, like, what realistically, like, everything's off the table, what would have been the number for you?
He's young enough, so definitely 35. I think it would have worked. I don't think I would have gone more than that because he's 27.
Still more. So still too much.
Maybe, maybe still.
30 million.
Yeah, again,
that's it.
I have a problem more with the process. Obviously, the money is bad. It's really bad. I have a problem more with the process, though, because why don't you do that earlier in the offseason before you trade for Simeon? Because now, like you're saying, Simeon's defense, which is good at second, Jabba, is going to be wasted if Bichette has to move to second, because then he has to move to third. And then
you got a dude in Simeon that literally didn't miss a game for 5 years.
Right.
He's been on the field. Obviously, he hasn't ever led the league in hits like Bichette did. Understand that. But what I don't get is now, if you're committed to what the process is, and obviously he got opt-outs, he's like, now, okay, I'm 27, and you brought that up, Speedy. It's like, okay, 30 to 35. That's where I would have been okay with. You said 35 earlier.
I would have been okay with 35. I would have probably preferred like 32, but yeah.
But now it's like, okay, now if I go ball out, I'm 27. I'll play the whole year at 28. Now it's like, all right, the Mets suck ass. I led the league in hits. I hit 280 with 25. I showed I can play a position. Now he gets another bag and he's out.
Yeah.
So realistically, you're talking about renting a player.
That's what
because you gave him that opportunity to rent him.
David Stearns, guys. David Stearns.
And like I said, Jabba, for maybe $5 to $6 million more, you could have gotten Valdez and Gallen.
It's
probably
a
combined.
joke. There's not much more.
And you need pitching.
I know.
Yeah. And here's the thing: they're going to have to dig deep for Tarek Skubal because he's going to be available next year. But there are going to be teams lining up for this guy for about $500 million. And now the Mets. I don't know how much money is this guy going to dig into his pockets for this man just to solidify their pitching staff. Their pitching staff is young and to me, not ready for this season when you're putting all their eggs in a basket of guys that have never played and playing out of positions. It makes no sense. David Stearns should be fired for this. And I'm going to tell you this right now. If he's not on the hot seat going into the season, I don't know who is. This man should absolutely be in the hot seat for making a move like this and trying to sell this to Cohen. And if Cohen's going to sit here and make it seem like, oh, we got a batting champion, this guy can't stay healthy. This guy hasn't proven anything for $42 million and for 3 years, and he can opt out. Makes no sense. Absolute debacle. Terrible move for the New York Mets. Reaching after losing out on Tucker. That's all I'm going to say about this. This is just, it's pathetic. Pathetic. They're a stupid organization that's making more mistakes, and no Met fan should make excuses for David Stearns. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, I'm speaking to you, Josh. I'm speaking to you. You better not make an excuse for this. This is a bad friggin' move. A bad one. And for you to sell this to me, oh, it's not my money. It's not my money. I don't give a crap whose money it is. This is your team. This is a team that you're rooting for. And you're going to set your team back because you're reaching on this garbage. Reaching. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, a final segment of the night. We call this, What's That Smell?
Hold up. What is that smell? What's that smell?
Wow, you don't see that every day.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, our What's That Smell with no fish. Ooh, this is going to be interesting. All right, so we're going to go first with Tommy, Speedy. You know what? I'll go third and Jabba last. How's that one? How about that one? All right, let's do it that way.
To me. All right. So, for my What's That Smell, I'm going to be going to the divisional round. I know we talked about the divisional game a little bit earlier, but I'm going to be focusing on really the ultimate game of the divisional round, being the Bills and, well, I wouldn't say the only game, the most exciting game being the Bills and Broncos. Basically, if you guys have been living under a rock or not following the playoffs, you would already know that we've mentioned this as well, that Patrick Mahomes, the man who has made the last 5 out of the 6 Super Bowls, didn't even make the playoffs. So for whatever reason, watching the Bills game, we have Tony Romo over here calling Josh Allen multiple times Patrick Mahomes. Now, I thought it was kind of funny because, hey, I mean, I understand the fact that it could be a mistake. You know, Tony Romo was on CBS. They call a lot of CBS games. The Chiefs play on CBS a lot. And like I said, they've been making the goddamn playoffs every single year for the last 6 years. So actually in the last 10 years. So it makes sense. Tony Romo's been really the guy on CBS. But I found it absolutely hilarious that it doesn't, I don't know if it's that it was actually a mistake or he misses him. But we can't seem to escape Patrick Mahomes out of the postseason. So what does that smell like? It smells genuinely like the molted garbage donut that Tony Romo and it looks like Josh Allen are going to have in their career when it comes to Super Bowl rings. So there we go.
All right, I saw this on Facebook, actually courtesy of a guy that used to be on our network, Errol, one of our fantasy guys, Bo, who did a fantasy show with us.
Okay. Yeah.
I saw it on his Facebook because he has a hot sauce company, Big Time Flavor. So
how's he doing?
Doing a lot of fantasy stuff I've seen recently, and I see his food stuff all the time. If you want a good food social media site, like he cooks tons of great things. But yeah, he's doing well. A good fantasy community. If we gotta check out his stuff. I haven't checked in with Scott though. Scott, who has a daughter as well. He's doing some. I haven't heard touch to him in a while, but I saw this on Bo's Facebook because he called himself the King of Spice. So the Rams with cayenne pepper powder tried to warm up their socks and their cleats inside of it. I'm like, when I read this, I'm like, this is the perfect thing for what's that smell? Because you're already dealing with athlete's foot as it is when you're on a football field. And now you're going to put in these really spicy, it's a really spicy pepper cayenne. I think it was 5th or 6th among peppers that grow in the U.S. or whatever. And you're going to put that in your sweaty feet and socks and all that stuff. So I'm like, yeah, this is perfect for this segment. And the Rams try to do it to keep them warm in the snow during the snow game against the Bears. So what does that smell like? Well, we're going to bring back a memory of a Goody trying to have a Carolina Reaper. So it smells like that combined with the ice cream and the milk that he tried to eat. And if a bear were to digest that, what would it come out as? That's what it smells like.
Wow. Before you go real quick, Errol, I just wanted to say, since you guys got off the Mets are actually trading for Luis Robert, White Sox outfielder. So
yeah, they've been after him for 2 years. That's not surprising.
Yeah, just saw it pop up. Just thought
okay.
to mention that. But go ahead.
Jumping for joy. Great move by the New York
Mets. 2 years on a downturn.
After the game, Anthony Edwards admitted that the Timberwolves often don't listen to the game plan. Most of the time, we don't listen to the game plan. When we listen to it and execute, we're pretty good, Edwards said. When asked why it's so damn hard to do this consistently, Edwards replied, I don't know. We're hard-headed. We want to make the game harder, but we just listen tonight and it works. Oh my God. Why is Anthony Edwards speaking? Why is this guy speaking? Every time this guy speaks, he makes himself look stupider, and he makes his team actually dysfunctional. It doesn't make any sense. And I love the guy. I think he's a great player and he's sensational. As we heard what he did on that stupid Netflix show when Obama was talking to him and they were asking, I forget who was asking. I think it was one of the big guys. He asked him, what do you think of Anthony Edwards? He says, he's good. And he says, good, I'm the truth. You know, and when it was asked if he's going to be, yeah, and when he said he was all about being the face, people were asking, who's going to be the face of USA basketball? Everybody knows it's Anthony Edwards. When everybody starts to retire, he says, yeah, I don't want it. I have no interest in doing it. As we all know, this man does not know how to zipper his mouth, and he makes himself look dumb. He makes his organization look dumb. What is it going to take for this organization to just part ways with him? John Moran's going. It seems like Giannis is going, not because of that, but I just don't know how much time this organization is going to spend listening to this idiot speak out and tell people that they're not following the game plan. It's embarrassing to come out there and throw his coach under the bus. You know what it smells like? It smells like that owl eating that Tootsie Roll Pop, shove it up his ass and takes a fart. That's what it's like. 1, a 2, a 3. And it goes, what's it take to eat the Tootsie Roll Pop? Yeah, it goes Anthony Edwards' asshole. What an ass. Jesus.
I'm gonna go for the college football, Chris Fowler, because he's been under a little bit of scrutiny in these last few weeks. He literally comes on and he says, oh, a blowout in the first half between Indiana, and they're up 10-0, and nothing has happened in the game. He pronounced, you brought up Romo when he's pronouncing names wrong. Fowler did the same thing like 2 weeks prior, like back-to-back weeks. I know he's been in the game for a while, but is he getting too old to keep up with the game? Because 10-0 in the national championship game is not a blowout. Don't understand where he was coming from. And it smells like he has to use that little hook to put his socks on because he can't bend over. And his odor eaters aren't working.
Are there any cayenne peppers in those socks, Java?
He might need to try those.
The gross sexual action of cream on somebody's face.
He might need to try them.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That's what you smell. And it's crazy. No fish tonight. It was a great show, great content, great guests. Thank you to Pete. And Pete was sensational. And I love the personalities that we bring on the show. I just love how the flow of the show has been working, and it's been great. It's been such a success for all the transitions and all the different stories that we get into. So, and we give the best takes. I don't care what anybody says. Our takes are as good as anybody's, and we go outside of the box. I'm sure nobody says the things. I mean, did anybody say, or did anybody bring up McDermott going to the Jets? Did anybody even think to do that? I mean, the Jets haven't even thought to do that because they're a dumb organization. So I just think our takes are fresh, new, and interesting. And I think people that haven't listened to the show or has heard of the show should be listening to it. Understand that we are the best, and I would put this show against anybody, and I'll take that to the grave. And when it goes to an opportunity and comes to an opportunity in the future, you guys are going to see why I say this and why I believe we are the best. Anyways, thank you to all the Spotify and Apple fans on video and audio for downloading us. Thank you to all the TikTok fans, all the Instagram fans, all the Facebook fans, X fans, all of them, Job on the Mouth, Worldwide Sports Radio Network, Rolo, The Mouth, 34, all the guys, all the people following us, obviously interested in what me and Joppa have been doing as a tandem and what we plan to do in the future is a lot of big opportunities. So stay tuned, guys. We really do love you. And happy birthday to Fish. Happy 40th to Fish. Now we got two guys with the age of 40. The babies are Speedy. Actually, Tommy's the youngest guy on the show. Niffin's right there with Speedy. And then we have the old Goodster. The old Goodster, who was going to be 35 this year, I think. So, yeah.
I didn't realize Goody was that young. I thought he was actually a little closer to Java's age than he is to mine.
No, he's closer to your age.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the old Goodster is getting up there in age, too. So we love you, too, man. Anyways, that's it for our show. Who do we have on Thursday?
All right. One of our favorite baseball guests. And Java, he's never been on with you, but I know you two have a good connection with each other. It's actually interesting. When we first had you join for the Yankees post-game years ago, I saw you interacting with this guy on Twitter. At 9:30, returning to the show is our friend, Mr. Ryan Spader, MLB analyst and the founder of the aceofspader.com.
Oh, Ryan Spader, the Spadester. Oh, my God.
Java seems excited, but he's on.
I forgot my plug-in was in the other room. We're getting that jackass on?
Oh, there we go.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to text him right now.
The old Rhinester.
I'm neutral on bullshit. Don't want to think about it.
All right. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Ryan Spader will be on Thursday. All right. It is 11:30 and it's time to go. I'm hungry. I want to say
goodbye.
Goodbye to you and farewell. And we will talk to you on Thursday. Good night. Farewell.
It's the world.